Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the members of council, and those that are joining us in the gallery, and those that are watching through our live stream. As you notice, it's a little bit different in terms of what council is wearing today, where most of us are wearing Oilers jerseys because it is the start of the playoff season, and we are, as town of Stony Plain, we don't have a national hockey team in our community, so we cheer for the closest one, which is usually generally the Edmonton Oilers. I can see Councillor Myers a little bit different today, as he is the bad luck charm. The last time he wore a jersey, the Oilers lost. So to stay with that mojo, he's not going to wear a jersey, and the rest of us are. So hopefully that mojo works really well, and the Oilers make it to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Okay. With that, there is a agenda before you. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council will adopt the April 22nd, 2024 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Administration, anything to add to the agenda?
Your Worship, nothing to add at this time.
Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving on to number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents and stakeholders to address concerns and issues with council that is not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through Your Worship, no one has registered.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody in the gallery like to speak to council? Okay, seeing none. We'll move on to number 4 of our agenda. Today is the presentation of the town's audited financial statements for 2023. And we believe the auditor is with us, so welcome to council chambers again, Mr. Dirks. Good. Please go ahead by introducing yourself, and then you can start.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, my name is Phil Dirks, and I'm going to print my name here. I'm a partner with Metrics Group, the town's external auditors, and I'm happy to be here to tell you that the town's accounts are in good shape, and I will say a few words about the audit and the financial statements, and if you want, I can give you a prediction about the Oilers, but you probably don't want to hear my opinion. So I'm tired of them.
We'll wait until after your presentation. If it's good, we'll ask you for the prediction.
I just love seeing good hockey. Man, you know, I hate to digress, but finally, some meaningful games with some physical contact. So anyways, do I have to press this? Sorry, I got sidetracked already. But anyways, good evening. So I won't bother you with hockey anymore, but like I said, the audit went very well. So my job here is to give you an overview of that and some of the numbers and answer questions you might have. Town's accounts are well looked after. I know we've seen a slide like that before. Things are still in good shape. So thanks to Terry and finance staff for all their helping us in the audit and doing a good job. So I'll try to take up as little time as possible here. I did, thinking back to last year, and you were asking me questions about your agenda, and I was like, I have no idea what page number you're looking at, so I got your agenda here. So I'm on page 59 if you're following along, but anyways, a couple words about our auditor's report, which is on page 59. So this is what we call a standard report. If you look back at last year, really the only thing that's changed is the date, so that's a good thing. Top of the paragraph, or top of the report, there's an opinion paragraph that states the financial statements are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the standards that local governments, school boards, hospitals, those types of organizations use. So just so you know, that report is prescribed by the Canadian auditing standards, so it's not something we make up out. And it's a standard report. If there was some deviations from the standard report, that would mean there was something wrong. So again, clean report, audit went well, and I'll leave it at that. We did provide you with an audit plan earlier in the year that provided some discussion on how we were going to approach the audit and those types of things, and I'd be happy to talk about that some more if you want, but I'll leave it at that. So looking at the statement of financial position, if you're following along on page 62. Anyways, top of the page here, you can see financial assets. The town had various financial assets totaling $37 million at the end of December. standard items, cash, receivables, those types of things, investments. Couple things to note here. Maybe I'll just back up a hair. If you look at the 2020 column, it says restated. So there were a couple of new accounting pronouncements this year. I'm sure you probably heard about asset retirement obligations. I'll talk about that in a bit. There was also a little bit of a change with how some of the investments are recorded, so I'll point that out as we go here, but that's why those things are, the prior year got restated. So, receivables, from our standpoint, what are we worried about there is that you're going to get these funds. So there's standard items in receivables, utilities, taxes, various other things. Some grant funding, those types of things. The town does not have an allowance for doubtful accounts at the end of 2023, so that's good news. And, from what we could tell, things are either getting paid or going to be paid, so no issues there. The town has $17 million of investments. You can see in the note to the financial statements, note 4, there was $10.2 million of bonds. And those are with financial institutions, as well as some principal protected notes of $7.1 million. So the change I was referring to earlier was the principal protected notes they're what we call a derivative. They're based on the performance of the market. So those are now carried at market value on the town's accounts before they were carried at cost. So that's the change there. The bonds are still recorded at what you paid for them. So I don't make these rules, we just follow them. So I'm just letting you know where there was a change there. So, what you could have is some big fluctuations in market value from one year to the next, and you never even sold the product, right? So have to watch for that, I guess. So total financial assets were $37.2 million. Just looking at the same slide there, town's liabilities totaled just over $50 million. So the biggest liability you have is a debt. Maybe I'll just work backwards there. You can see in the notes, note 8 to the financial statements, the details, but there was no new debt this year. Town paid back about $1.7 million. Those are primarily debentures with the province that are fixed rate and a term loan also at fixed rates. So given the current interest rate environment, you should be happy that those were fixed rates because those were around anywhere from 2.3 to just under 5%. So if you had variable rates, you'd probably be looking at about 8 now. So that's good news. Other than that, as far as liabilities go, standard types of things, payables didn't really change much from one year to the next. Deferred revenue is a big number. Those are funds that the town has received, primarily grants. So town gets grant money, hasn't spent it yet. It sits in this deferred revenue account till you incur costs, and then we match up the grants with the expenses. There's also some developer contributions, but the main items there, MSI Capital's $4 million. The Canada Community Building Fund is 3.2, and developer contributions is just over $2 million. So, and then you will see there the second or third line from the bottom, asset retirement obligations. So that's what I was talking about earlier. There's a big kerfuffle about this. I'm sure if you've been talking to any of your colleagues in different municipalities, that might have come up, but anyway, to try and summarize it in 30 words or less, whenever the town or other organizations have a legal obligation to, upon retiring a building, in this case it's buildings, that liability needs to be set up now. So town has some buildings that were built before 1990 that potentially have asbestos in them. So that's what this $806,000 represents. So, from the other municipalities that were auditing and school boards, asbestos is probably the biggest issue that we're coming up against, and in some cases, lagoons, maybe some gravel pit cleanup, those types of things. So anyways, I guess the premise would be you buy a building, at that point in time, you had an obligation to clean this up. There are environmental standards, and I can tell you from the office that we bought a building that was built in 1970. Somebody poked a hole in a brick somewhere, and it was like, oh, you have vermiculite in there. So long story short, 3 weeks later, and all the hazmat suits and everything else, and it was like $150,000. So anyways, it doesn't take long to add up. That's kind of my point, but anyways, there's more in the notes about that if you want to, and if I can answer questions, if there's more questions. But That's what that relates to. So the difference here between the net financial assets at the top of the page, 37 million, and all the town's liabilities of 50 million is what's referred to as net debt. So that came in at just over $13 million. So that is a measure of, what's required from future revenue sources. Now, the one thing to remember there is that includes the town's long-term debt, which obviously is not getting repaid here next year. So, you definitely have to back that out and do some calculations. But at this point in time, $13 million is required from, future revenue sources. Onward we go. Oh, I was just going to mention the town's debt limit is also recorded in the financial statements. So this is required by the Municipal Government Act. And you can see there at the top of the page, the town has used 41% of its debt limit. That debt limit, the 73 million at the very top, is 1.5 times the town's operating revenue, basically. So that's straight out of the Municipal Government Act. And then subtract off the debt. Point being here, you're well within your debt limits. You could borrow up to $44 million at that point in time. So, rounding out the statement of financial position, town also has non-financial assets. So the biggest asset on any municipality's financial statements would be tangible capital assets here. And you can see the town has $260 million of capital assets. I'm just going to take a quick look at quick summary of what happened last year. Sorry. So you can see here the town, this isn't in your financial statements, but the town had added $20 million of assets to these accounts last year, including about $4.6 million that came from developer contributed assets, which I'll remind you of in a minute here. But these were just the larger projects, and I'm sure you're aware of that, going on last year, and then how various grant funds were used to fund those capital assets. So, from our standpoint, probably the biggest issue there is sometimes clients capitalize things that don't meet the definition of an asset, so that's really what we're looking for. But no big concerns there at all. And if you looked at the notes to the financial statements, you'd see that about 60% of the town's assets are roads, sewer, those types of things, infrastructure. So, rounding out the statement of financial position here then, add up the net financial assets and the non-financial assets, and that gives the town's accumulated surplus here at the bottom of the page, $250 million. And it's broken down in all these various categories here. Most important things are, most of that equity is tied up in the capital assets, similar to our homes in a lot of cases, or a lot of our net worth is tied up in our houses. And then besides that, the town also has various reserves here that have been set aside for various projects and so on. So those are disclosed in the financial statements as well. So that's either, through council motion or budgets and so on. But overall, again, the total counting net worth, or what we call accumulated surplus, is $250 million at the end of the year. Looking at, moving on to the statement of operations then, so if you happen to be following along, I'm now moving to page 63. Yep, 63. So again, top of the page, we've got actual budget and last year's numbers. So if you did go back to last year, again, you would see a few of those numbers changed, and there's a note in the financial statements explaining that. That's just to do with those new accounting pronouncements. So just so you know, it is normal to restate the prior years when adopting new accounting standards. So if you're looking at actual to budget here, I know we've talked about this before, but I'll just remind you, so the town does consolidate its share of the Tri-Leisure Center in these financial statements. So when you're looking at sales and user charges, this $19 million versus the $17 million, that's primarily the Tri-Leisure Center. You also pick up the library, and then the golf course actually had a little bit more revenue than was anticipated last year, but primarily the leisure center and the library here are the main difference why this is over budget in that revenue category. Other than that, if you looked at government transfers for operating here in the middle of the page, $600,000. That's just a fancy word for grants, but the MSI operating money was a little bit more than budget, about $130,000. And then the library as well was included in there. So Overall, when you look at the bottom here, the main difference again is the leisure center not being included in the town's budget. The other thing to note here was investment income. You can see the town had $695,000 of investment income. Budget was $271. So a lot of that is driven by interest rates, and you know the interest rates were increasing last year. So I had a nice bonus there on that line item, which we're seeing with pretty much all of our clients that have any kind of cash balances. So just keep in mind here, most of this difference is due to the consolidation of the leisure center. So we'll see the same kind of thing on the flip side here in the expenses. So right off the bat here at the top of the page, basically 12.8 million versus, well, say $2 million difference there. Again, primarily the leisure center and the library. So those are getting added in there. Other than that, utilities, well, that was pretty close. Transportation, that was the line item I was going to mention. So the line item in transportation was a little bit over budget due to amortization. So nothing serious there. So again, down at the bottom here, total expenses compared to budget, $2.3 million over. Again, mostly, I sound like a broken record, but the leisure center and the library. And if you look at your expenses here in total, they only increased about 3.5% from the year before. So that's not too bad given the current inflationary climate. So where does that leave us here? Still on page 63 if you're following along. Town had an annual operating deficit here of $2,303,000. Then we had other sources of income. Like I mentioned earlier, the town had contributed assets from various developers here, so this contributed tangible capital assets. So pretty much every year, a developer turns over some infrastructure to the town. That gets recorded at the fair value of those assets at that point in time. So that was about $4.6 million last year. Then you have various grants that we talked about earlier and developer contributions to cover various capital projects. So the annual surplus from an accounting standpoint was $5.6 million. This bottom part of this statement, you have to forgive the accounting rules. It's really kind of meaningless. There's no expenses in the statements for the capital assets and these revenue sources. So I would focus on this line up here. That's why that's highlighted in blue. So this was your operating revenues less your expenses, which was a deficit. But if you look down here at the bottom, again, this isn't in your financial statements, but if you add back the amortization of the capital assets last year, the town did have a, so to speak, cash surplus there of $5.7 million. So if you're wondering, did we bring in enough funds to cover our expenses? Yes, you did. And that's how you get that back to that number. So, oh, and I was just going to say too, actually, backing up there 1 second, sorry. If you're looking at this number, the annual operating deficit, you know, that's $600,000 better than what you budgeted. If you want to summarize it in one word, you did better with the interest, like I was saying, than you did. So that's really why that was better than you had planned. So that's it for the financial statements. Still in good shape, some good results. You also have a audit findings report in your package, which starts on page 54. I'll just summarize a few things there. This is just a result of, or a requirement of Canadian auditing standards that we report back to council on various matters. So top of the page there, we didn't identify any significant control deficiencies during our work, so that's good news. Unusual accounting policies, estimates, those types of things, nothing unusual. Standard kind of policies and procedures for local government. A couple places where the town does make some estimates. No, nothing unusual here either, but amortization. So $8 million. You know, how long the town amortizes its assets over is a guesstimate, basically, for lack of a better word. You know, he might buy a grader and estimate it lasts 20 years, but it might only last 10 before he trade it in. So, you know, there's some judgment there. And then these asset retirement obligations, the town did have some assistance with coming up with that estimate. But again, that's an area where there's some judgment involved. No significant uncorrected misstatements during the audit. So, you know, you might wonder, why would there be misstatements? There can be misstatements. In fact, quite often it's not unusual to have some, but we had proposed some adjustments and those got recorded, so we're satisfied that there wasn't anything significant as far as uncorrected misstatements go. And we did not have any difficulties, significant or otherwise, during our work. Again, pleasure to work with the town staff. You know, from our standpoint, what's really irritating to the auditor is if we're asking for information or questions and we're not getting it on a timely basis, you know, and then we have to follow up, and that's really annoying because we're trying to finish things in a tight timeline. But that is not the case here. Everybody is very helpful, and we really appreciate that because that makes everything better for everybody. So we'll bring forth a few comments in a management letter, but nothing serious. So overall, things went well and town's in good shape, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if there were any.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, and definitely appreciate it. It sounds like you said, a broken record. There's a few things that the town works on, but overall, what I've heard from the last 17 years on council is that the town's in good financial shape.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding on the presentation? Councillor Hansford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to our esteemed guests, thank you for showing up every year, and you don't look any older.
I feel way older.
Do you? You mentioned several times in going over the statements, the Tri-Leisure Center, and I'm wondering if the dollars that you quote there are our portion of the ownership of the Tri-Leisure Center, or are you using overall, and then the other municipalities are also using those same numbers?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. No, those were the town's portion. So just to reiterate, the total amount, you're only recording your share of the revenues, expenses, assets, and so on in your financial statements.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Hansford? Okay. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Dirks, for coming. Sorry? Oh, yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now? Just going to page 70, and I'm curious, I think you may have mentioned the answer already, but just in the regards to the budgeted amount for the Parks and Recreation and the actual, there's quite a significant...
Yeah, that is due to the Tri-Leisure Center. You're looking at the state schedule of sales and user charges, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So the budget was $222,880, and actual is $1,998,000. So that would be primarily the leisure center, and the golf course was a little bit over budget, but mostly of that was the leisure center, $1.6 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Yes, I'm looking at page 55 on my notes. And this is actually on what you mentioned earlier. So reading the report, it says, on your report, says the town has made the following significant accounting estimates in preparing the financial statements. And then you mentioned about the tangible capital assets, et cetera. But then underneath it says so we are in the opinion that the significant accounting policies, estimates, and judgments did not materially misstate the financial statements. So can you clarify for that me a little bit? Because when there's one word that says there were some significant accounting estimates being made, but yet it's saying, well, even those that were significant, they didn't misstate anything. Because you're talking like...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess maybe the wording isn't the greatest, but what we're saying is that we're okay with those estimates. So, you know, like I said, there is some judgment involved there. We didn't have a problem with the estimates at all, so maybe we should rethink the wording going forward.
Okay, thank you. And then... Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here, just trying to figure where that is. Okay. And I think you mentioned earlier, I didn't write down the page, but in terms of the new requirement to actually signify or actually capture the asset retirement obligations. So I think on this financial statements, it was like $806,000. So in terms of advice to our staff and mayor to council, is that something that we need to put cash away for? Or is it just marked in as a line item that we owe this money maybe? Or should we be more diligent in putting money towards that so that we can fix anything that requires that?
Yes, good question. So far, so this standard just came in this year. We went through with the school boards. They have August year ends. Now the municipalities, we audit close to 80 offshoots and so on. But I haven't seen anybody actually putting aside separate money for that yet, but that would not be a bad idea eventually. There is a lot of estimating that goes into that, but if we're going to assume that this is going to come to fruition somewhere down the road, definitely wouldn't hurt to start putting money aside for that eventually.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the future years, during our corporate planning, we can start a reserve for retired capital assets?
Yes, I think, and I would just go back to the school boards where, just for an example, I don't think, in a lot of cases, the school boards are not knocking down an entire school and incurring this liability all at once, and I imagine maybe the town might be similar. So what happens is, we need more room in the school, knock out a wall, and now all of a sudden they got to remediate this asbestos. So it may be that, I would doubt that you would owe the $806,000 all at once, but you may, over the course of many years, need to pay that at some point.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, and it actually allows me to understand better so that when we do move forward as a community, we can consider that as a council as well. So thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to pick up where your questions on the asset retirement obligations, I think you had mentioned that that was any building that was built was it 1990? You had mentioned a date in there.
Yeah, it was around 1990 and before. It might have actually been 93. I can't quite keep it straight, but somewhere in that range is where the red flags go up.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to administration, would be interested, if we have some sort of an inventory of what municipal assets that would be specific to, just for council's awareness. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, administration could provide you which buildings those relate to and how much was for each building and that was impacted.
Thank you, appreciate that. Anything else from members of council? Okay. Definitely thank you for your presentation. It's always been very informative and just to get an understanding of where we are in terms of financial sustainability within the town of Stony Plain. Members of council, before I let Mr. Dirks go, in terms of our formal training, in terms of proper governance, there is an opportunity for members of council to go in camera to ask the auditor any questions that they may not feel comfortable asking with staff in front. The members of council have any inclination or interest in going in camera? Okay. It's good? Or do we want to go in camera? It's prudent? Okay, so with that, this is just a presentation, so before we go on to number 5, we'll accept a motion from Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that we go in camera.
Okay, so in camera would be just council and our auditor. Thank you, I'll call the question, all in favor? Okay, and that's carried. We can give everybody to leave the room, please. Okay, welcome back. Council is out of in-camera session, and the only motion that came out of that was Councillor Fletchko, Deputy Mayor Fletchko, made the motion to come out of camera, and that was carried unanimously. Okay, and that comes to our end of our financial presentation. So thank you very much for your time. And as those that participated, it is part of good governance that council does go into closed session to ask the auditor any questions that they may see that was not presented. But we were satisfied with his comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council, and enjoy the game.
Oh yeah, you said that you would give your prediction. So I think that was an okay presentation. So we can go ahead and what's your prediction?
Well, I'm going to predict that the Oilers will beat the Kings, but it's going to end there. So, not tonight, I mean in general. So we'll see what happens. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right, members of council, moving on with our agenda is number 5, which is statutory public hearings. We have nothing scheduled tonight, so moving on to the number 6, which is the adoption of the RCM of April 8th. Councillor Hanser, please.
Your worship, I move that town council approve the April 8th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay, members of council, you have the opportunity to review them and read them. Any errors, omissions, or questions on those? Okay, I do not see any, so I'll call the question on favor. And that is carried. Okay, moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The town council received the council boards and committee minutes for information.
Okay, thank you. And that is the Stony Plain Public Library. Members of council, any questions? There's 2 minutes there, one from January 17th and the other is from February 21st. Okay, seeing none, I do have just one question of just clarity. On page 33, to the member representative, just reading the minutes, everything comes pretty good. I can track everything. But under item number 7, where was the motion that the chair's report and all the reports be accepted, and in follow the next page on page 33, it says it's carried. But the previous motions has, if you read a little higher up on page 33, it says, I move that the proposed budget 2024 be approved, and it has a mover, and then it was carried. And the next after that is has the mover, has the motion, has the mover, and then it has carried. Reading down this one, it has the motion, but doesn't have a mover, but it says carried.
Yeah, so I can answer that question pretty easily. The library's been
Mike,
going...
can you turn the mic to you, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I can answer that pretty easy. The library's been going through a number of changes on the board level as to how they should conduct meetings. And part of that is that they don't need to actually record the motion. There is, through the consultant, they believe that they don't need to record that motion with a individual that moves that forward. So what you see here is partway through the meeting, that discussion became evident. If you think we should do something different, then I'm happy to take that back to the board.
Okay, no, I have no issues with either having the mover or not move the name, but I think it's just like within that same minutes, it should be consistent.
Yeah, it was brought to their attention that they didn't need to do that, so.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Finished that. Okay, before we move on to number 8 for bylaws, let's take a 8-minute recess and we'll adjourn at 6 p.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, and we will join our agenda, which is number 8, which is looking at bylaws, 8.1. Administration, this is the bylaw of 2689 for the Public Works Administration Building. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. The Public Works Administration Building construction was approved as per the 2024 to 2026 corporate plan in November. The boring bylaw before Council this evening is to authorize the boring on the facility in the amount of $2,052,000. First reading is presented tonight with second and third readings to follow in May, subsequent to the advertisement and petitionable period. Impacts of all the debenture bylaws combined that are being presented today, as well as the other first reading that was completed in April by Council in 2024, have been included in the debt limit calculations that you see on the request for decision. So the total of all 4 of those bylaws would leave the town with 25% of internally set debt limit available, or 46% of the municipal debt limit available as set by the Municipal Government Act.
Okay, thank you. So administration, this is just for, we're doing all individual bylaws at a time, but we're not doing all 3. I think you mentioned and you referenced all 3. Because it does mention at the end of it, says that all the, what page that is? Yeah, at the bottom, page 37, 207, it says, you know, all the bylaws that are presented to date is equal to 39.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so for clarity, it will be everything included in the meeting agenda today, as well as the one that was passed first reading the beginning of April.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Members of council, any questions, comments regarding 8.1, the Public Works Building debenture? Go ahead, Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just through you to administration, I'm referencing page 39, and it's the whereas statements of the bylaw. Just as an example on this one, it says, whereas plans and specifications have been prepared and the total cost of the project is estimated to be $4,952,000, and the Town of Stony Plain estimates the following will be applied to the project. Debenture, Town of Stony Plain, $2,052,000, which is what we're being asked for on this one, and then the grants portion, which is showing $2.9 million. Just want to make sure that there's clarity. So while this is laid out like this, at any point in time, the Town of Stony Plain can still be actively pursuing grants and pursuing other dollars and other avenues of revenue that would reduce the amount, essentially, of the debenture that would be required for the project. Would that be correct?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Lowry and all of Council, that is correct. This is just outlined as it was presented in the corporate plan and the current funding that is outlined.
Excellent, thank you. So I guess another way to put this then would be the debenture that's being requested under this bylaw is the maximum that the Town of Stony Plain would be looking to borrow in relation to this project.
Thank you, through Your Worship to Councillor Lowry, that is correct.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions regarding 8.1? Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just taking off of Councilor Lowry there. I'm just wondering, is there anything being considered for grants at this time that we are possibly anticipating?
Thank you, through Your Worship to Deputy Mayor Palechko and all of Council. At this time, there's no applications in for this facility. However, we do actively seek and monitor grants on a weekly basis, and will continue to monitor and apply as deemed appropriate for all the projects.
Just to further to that?
Go ahead.
So just further to that then, if we approve this tonight, does that in any way, shape, or form stop us from applying for a grant? And where does that application actually stop?
Thank you, through Your Worship to Councillor or Deputy Mayor Palechko and all of Council. Some grants have stipulations that a project may not start, or expenses that have been incurred prior to the grant application. All grant applications basically are different. So some won't grant a grant if the building has started. Some will disallow any expenses up to the date of the grant agreement signing. The grants, just for clarity, that are awarded or that are applied to this project currently is the MSI CCBF.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if I could, I'll just leave it to, I'm not sure who I want to address this to. Perhaps the town manager. I'm wondering if you could help council and anyone live streaming tonight understand perhaps how long this project has been discussed before reaching this point, and how will the building of a new public works facility assist that department in delivering services to the residents of the town of Stony Plain?
Administration.
Yeah, certainly, Your Worship, thank you. I can respond and provide some context along those lines. So I don't know that I would give a specific start date on, the timing of when was a new Public Works operations facility contemplated. I would say, it's been probably at least 6 or 7 years where it's been in the dialogues, and probably the last 3 years became much more of a planned reality, i.e. engagement with some staff and, looking at different options and coming up with designs and so on and so forth has really taken full effect in the last couple of years, I would say. As it relates to ability to serve the public and how does that align or link up, I would make a couple comments on that, Your Worship, and to the rest of council. Our current facility that houses some of our staff, not the entirety, but some of our staff, has served the community well, has served the organization well for a number of years, and in effect will continue to do so. So we're not looking at eliminating other facilities or areas. So one of the main things, certainly for the organization, is without a lack of a better way to put it, any staff. Doesn't matter if it's a municipal government staff or anybody. I believe people like to be proud of where they come to work. I know when we have new staff starting here at the town office, we do hear a lot of compliments about just the physical aspects of the building that they come to work in. It's well lit, offices and so on, and it's a facility that they're proud of, a place they're proud to come to every day. And our staff in operations have that feeling now, but I think a purpose-built administrative training rooms and so on will help that, or will make that feeling even more. How does that link up to serving the public? Part of any culture and the ability to action or provide services does have a link to your culture and how people feel about where they work. So I know that there will be, I would like to believe, a bit of an uptick that way. One of the other things, although it's not going to be directly open to the public at all times, so to speak, there will be some ways. Any public that does attend the current facility, it's a little awkward as to where they can go, where they can't go, so on and so forth. This one will have certain aspects that, should the need arise for public to attend, whether it's I know we have some functions where the public will attend the operations side. It'll be much more clear where they can do that. If our management staff, supervisor staff wish to meet with members of the public, there will be areas like that that are set up for that specifically in a much better way than they are now. Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard, I think I'll just leave it at that, and certainly can follow up, but there's some thoughts.
Okay, thank you, and I'll follow up to there, Councillor Hansard. So council officially started talking about the Public Works replacement back in 2018. That was after the 2017 election. At that time, our operations manager, Greg Zirk, toured council around the facilities and stuff, and then council has been focused on those conversations during our corporate plan, our strategic plan, and it is coming to fruition now, which is, again, through our corporate plan that we did in November. It is phase 1 of the plan. So to answer your question, 6 years officially, and unofficially, part about 15. Okay, members of council, any other questions regarding the 8.1, the debenture bylaw for Public Works Administration Building? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to apologize in advance of this one. It may have been asked and answered, and I may have missed it, so I apologize for that. Looking at page 39 of 205 in our agenda package, the second whereas, we're talking about a debenture borrow of just over 2 million, and it lists the remainder of the project funding will come from grants at 2.9 million. I believe I heard administration say that there were no current grant applications in. So is this a grant that we've already been, or sorry, that we have already received that we're putting towards the project, or is this sort of optimism that we'll be able to find a grant to cover the remainder of this project?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. The slated grants on here in the amount of 2.9 million is a mixture of MSI and CCBF, which are provincial and federal grants that we are awarded annually. And so we have allocated this project to those grants to use for this project through a corporate planning process.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration? Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, as I read through our total package tonight, one of my concerns comes to mind is if everything we look at over the next period of time comes to fruition, this brings us to almost our debt limit within our community. And I'm wondering if administration can speak to how that affects the town going forward with projects that may have to be put on hold.
Administration?
Yeah, Your Worship, I can provide some comment there. So just at a general perspective, I mean, as any municipality or the town of Stony Plain, I mean, as you venture further into your borrowing, there is an offset about your flexibility, I guess is the way I would put it, down the road. Whether that's 3 years down the road, 7 years down the road, 12 years down the road. You know, there's without any other way to put it, as you move into those higher debt limits, your flexibility to respond or to plan in other ways will have a limit put to it. I'll stop there. That's a broad stroke answer, and you know, perhaps if you know, if there's a follow up to that, I can certainly comment on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
No follow up, but an additional question if nobody else has.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was part of the new council when we started talking about this, and after touring our facility, this is something that's long overdue. I'm just wondering if administration can speak to the size of the building that you currently are in, the capacity to house a number of staff in it, and what we're actually housing in it that takes us over that capacity.
You know, thank you, Your Worship, and through to Councillor Pletchko. I can make a couple comments there, and I believe the General Manager of Planning Infrastructure maybe can speak a little more specifically to it. I think the other thing to bear in mind is that this is essentially, I mean, there's a phased approach going on, and this is phase one of what are some further planned facilities, buildings. This one will focus mostly on providing a comfortable, purpose-built, administrative building where the administrative staff of the operations are able to work out of on a daily basis, but also provides, more space for meetings and training for our staff, and more room for cleaner showers, and the whole 9 yards. And I'll just stop there. My point being is that again, as I believe council is aware, this is phase one of a larger and longer term upgrades in the area. And just if the general manager wishes to add further.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add to the CAO's comments, the current building and the site that's on, as the CEO mentioned, we're looking at the site as a whole and looking to the future. how our public works operations help maintain the town now and as we grow. There is a multi-phase approach, this being phase one. The current building has its roots back to the 1970s. It was purpose-built for the time then, and staff have made excellent use of the space in that location. They've adapted, they've made things work for it, and made it work for them to serve the community. The nature of the public works operations has evolved significantly in that time since it was first built, and had some changes made to it over time and iterations, as any building does. But this first step, this first phase of the public works building, puts an emphasis on the staff to have deliberate spaces for meeting, for training, as the CAO mentioned. Also, just to move some of that more administrative function out of the current building to make it more purpose-built for the future, for the operations. As we get into phase 2 and phase 3, we start to see more of the development of the site for, again, those future steps. And we built this into phases so that we can work within many different priorities with the town, as well as addressing the needs of the public works teams, and as they are likely to grow over time as well.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
If I could.
Go ahead.
So I think my question was related around staffing. How many current staff do we house out of that building, and what is the capacity? If you could provide that, that would be great. And second to that, you just made mention, it twicked something in my brain. We seen the auditor here just a bit ago talk about buildings prior to 1990 and some fundamentals that could cause for some cost escalations. And I'm wondering if this current building that we have with the housing of our individuals in it now today has had any of that looked at.
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor, I'm just trying to pull up the corporate plan for some numbers here. With respect to the number of in terms of the number of staff, I don't have the exact number in front of me. I'm diligently trying to find a number to provide council. I might have to email that. But but in general, it's the current building is working for the current staff. That said, they are making do with spaces in the building to accommodate more of the administrative social spaces. So this new building does provide, as the CEO mentioned, more deliberate space for those administrative functions, for those team discussions, for those meetings, for that training. That space is currently not as well laid out in the current building as we would like it to be in the new building, as for the proposed new building. Here we go. Okay. And as for the total number, in the infrastructure operations team, there's approximately 20 full-time staff, as well, plus their seasonal counterparts, which can vary from, it fluctuates depending on the time of year. And for our Parks and Leisure department, that's about 17. So total is, with those two numbers, 37 full-time equivalents.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think the question that was not answered is, with the phase 1 of the admin building, will it be sufficient for future growth? For example, 10 years from now, do we need to redo a building in 10 years, or is this adequate for what we're projecting?
Through your worship, thank you for the question. There is a space, the building is currently built to house the current complement of staff, and there is a future expansion space in the very back of the building that's unallocated at this time. So there is some space that will be for future functions, that could be for staff, that can be for other functions that we are currently not realizing. There's also some, part of the phasing program also, as we move staff out of that one building, like I said, that does free up some other space in the current building. And we do introduce other upgrades to the annex, as well as a future garage site as well. So as we go through the phasing of this project, we do realize more efficiencies in the short and medium terms. And in the long term, there is some additional space considerations as well.
Okay, thank you. I think that's what the Deputy Mayor was trying to ask us, like, if we do this, do we have to do it again in 5 years? And I think the answer is no. We have the ability to grow. We have the ability to add on to the existing building if it happens to go through and the administrative building is built.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, anything else to add?
Just if you could clarify the current building, built in the 70s, if we've done any testing on that building for...
Mr. Mayor, Your Worship, if I may jump in on that one, through you to Deputy Mayor Palechico. So in regards to the current building, that is, and the audit presentation that was presented tonight, in regards to asset retirement obligation, we have set aside an amount in the asset retirement obligation that does include the Public Works facility. The debenture or borrowing bylaw before you is for Phase 1, which is not for renovation. Phase 2 is slated for 2026, which is where the renovation of the current facility would be there. And we do have that information in regards to some of those condition assessments that we've also conducted facility conditions assessments last year and are continuing through this year. And so we do have that information on some of those costs and ensure that that's within the corporate plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's kind of what I was looking for. I just want to make sure that the whole scenario that's in front of us, all of a sudden we get sprung with something, we're over that limit again. So thank you.
Okay, good questions, Deputy Mayor. And again, with new accounting requirements and new things that we look at things, it is good to have that in front of mind for members of council. Any more questions for clear understanding on 8.1, the debenture bylaw for the Public Works Administrative Building? Okay. See none, let's start. Councilor Anderson, please, for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that town council give first reading to bylaw 2689/DEB/24, a bylaw to authorize debenture borrowing in the amount of $2,052,000 for the construction of the Public Works Administrative Building.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Members of council, the motion is on the floor. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Hanser, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, you made a comment earlier about the years that this has been discussed, and I believe I was around about 15 years ago when this was being discussed. I had gone on a tour with council in that day, and at that time, we felt that this Public Works building definitely needed work or needed to be built. I kind of look at our Public Works building, the site over there, where so much happens. Everything Public Works is, to me, like the HVAC room in a home. You wouldn't survive very well without a furnace, and you wouldn't do very well without a hot water tank and nobody in the house bathed. Without Public Works, our town has a very hard time of being a nice place where anybody wants to live. And I do believe that it is long past time for us to upgrade this facility, get a new facility, so that the people there not just have pride in it, but can actually function better and perform their jobs better and have meeting space. And yes, from time to time, some social space. I do strongly believe if we take care of our staff, take care of our employees so that they can function well in their jobs, it makes for content, well-rounded, and staff that doesn't want to leave us to go to a place that appears to care more about its people. So for me, it's an important building. I believe this is long past due, and I'm happy to see it come forward, and I thank the council of 2018 for putting this on the agenda and trying to move it forward so that we could be voting on this in this term and actually bring it to fruition. So unless the wisdom of council, my colleagues on council, persuade me otherwise, I'm leaning strongly in a direction of voting for it, but we'll withhold that final decision until you call for the vote, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Hanser. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, I will support the motion. I think it is about time. I think Many of the members of council have had the opportunity to tour the sites and tour the facilities. And again, I think we're being very prudent in what we're doing in terms of phasing in the project. And it's not doing everything at once. As members of council that has read the agenda packages and previous ones, the town of Stony Plain is fairly conservative in the way that we think. So instead of biting off more than we chew, we phase everything in, and that's why there's, as mentioned earlier by the general manager and the town manager, that this is phase one of a project that will continue to go on into the future years. That'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. 8.2, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. The central trunk repairs were approved as part of the 2024 corporate plan. Preliminary investigation in 2023 informed administration of high, medium, and low priority repairs required. The 1.6 million approved addresses the high priority repairs to maintain current operation and is funding required in the boring bylaw before council. Future work to increase capacity on the line as per the 2024 to 2026 corporate plan is scheduled for 2026 in the amount of $6 million. Administration will continue to monitor and update costs and timing as necessary through the corporate planning process. The boring bylaw is before council this evening for first reading, with second and third readings to follow in May, subsequent to the advertisement and the petitionable period.
Okay. Thank you, administration. Members of council, any questions for clear understanding on the central trunk bylaw? Okay, I do not have any either, so we'll go to Councillor Meyer with the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2690/DEB/24, a bylaw to authorize debenture borrowing in the amount of $1,621,373 for the Central Trunk Rehabilitation Program.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, questions, comments, and debate on the motion? I see no questions. I just want to question in terms of to administration. I know that this entire project is funded through the debenture borrow. So in terms of the last federal budget that was announced and the provincial budget, there's no funding envelope for utilities that we can apply for?
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, we do not have any applications on our radar, however, continue to monitor.
Okay, thank you. And I would, similar to the question that Councillor Pletchko, the Deputy Mayor, asked earlier, is that if we do find one, then we just won't draw down that full amount. And is that correct, or do we have to borrow what is stated here?
Thank you, through Your Worship, for clarity. On all of these debentures, we would only draw the amount that's necessary. So if there was grants or other funding, or the project came in under, we would not draw the full amount.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions, comments, debate? Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate being able to ask this question, although some months ago when this first came before council, I know I asked, perhaps it was at Strat Planning. Part of this, if I'm not mistaken, has to do with relocation of the tennis courts. Could we be reminded, please, what the cost of that portion of this upgrade is? And has consideration been given that the relocation of the tennis courts perhaps could be put off till next season to give us a little time to sort of recoup, because we've got a number of motions before us tonight about spending. Just wondering what that piece is for the relocation of tennis courts.
Okay, that's a good question, Councillor Hansard. I'm going to ask you to put that on hold, if I can put you at that pause, and then you can ask that question when we deal with 8.3.
Okay.
Okay.
Was I in the wrong subject?
That is correct.
My brain is working overtime.
You're just ahead of schedule. Okay, any more questions, comments, and debate on 8.2, the central trunk line? Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Looking back to our 2024 corporate plan, the central truck project was listed at costing 6.6 million, and our debenture borrow ask is for 1.6. So just looking for some clarity on the difference in the listed price there. It's quite substantial.
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. So the amount quoted out of the corporate plan is for 2026 for the oversizing of that line, and that is the $6 million. The debenture, the borrowing bylaw in front of you is for those high priority repairs to basically keep operations going until a future state.
Good. Anything else, members of council? Okay. Seeing none, I'll definitely be supporting the motion on the floor, as this is part of our whole utility master plan. Those that do not remember, we did have 2 flash floods within 6 days of each other back, was that 2015? At that point in time, and then we contracted, I believe it was Sam Eng, to do a whole stormwater master plan, looking at the different areas where we can make better for residents. As members of council realize, and same with members of residents, that the old parts of Stony Plain were built without consideration for storm management. And that was one of the biggest reasons why we had some of those occurrences of flooding. And with the utility master plan, the storm management plan, those are some of the things, some of the ways that the town council and administration will address those flooding issues in the future. So this is one step forward. With that, members of council, I'll call the question all in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Okay, moving on to 8.3, and that's the Meridian Heights Reservoir upgrade. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, your worship. The Meridian Heights Reservoir design was completed in 2022 with construction approved in the 2024 to 2026 corporate plan. This construction includes significant repairs to maintain operations and relocate the current tennis courts to a new location. The borrowing bylaw before council is for first reading for the project. Second and third readings will follow in May, subsequent to the advertisement and the petitionable period.
Thank you, administration. Members of council, questions and comments for clear and understanding? Councillor Hansard, I'll start with you.
This is on the,
Meridian Heights Reservoir debenture bond.
my question that I asked before. Do you want me to repeat it?
Yes, please.
I just wonder if we could have clarification, please, for council tonight and those perhaps watching through live stream, that what is the portion of this cost would be the relocation of the tennis courts? And is it possible that the relocation of tennis courts, if it's a significant number, could be postponed to another year so that the cost could be spread out a little bit? Because the redo of this is very, very important, but I'm not sure that reestablishing the tennis courts is of paramount importance.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Administration?
Through your worship, to Councillor Hansard. To answer that question right now, kind of just give you a little bit of background. So the Meridian Heights Reservoir and the whole, we're looking at the whole facility as a whole. It requires a number of significant upgrades that we need to do to it. That's for the reason of the bylaw tonight. In any work that we do with the Meridian, we will have to close the tennis courts for the duration of the project. The goal here is to not remove a recreation facility from the town's inventory, but also considering that in order for the two services to work most efficiently, the tennis courts it is most efficient for them to move to a new location. With consideration to your question about the cost, right now the entire debenture of 5 million, as the finance manager has mentioned, we're only going to use what is needed to perform the project, to repair the rating reservoir and to relocate the courts. We're still confirming the full cost of removing the courts. A couple numbers that we've been working with, and these are very high level right now, is between $750,000 and $1 million at the moment. We are working closely with our CAPS team on how to do the relocation in the most prudent way for the community, as well as considerations for the project, to make sure that the goals that we want for the project and the reservoir and its future function for the town as the town grows are done in the best ways possible.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Well, we realize that water is a life need for our community. Just how critical is the repair of this? And is there ways to phase this in other than just not doing a tennis court on the top of it? Is there other aspects that we can phase in over a period of time that is less effective to the town, less affecting?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question. The repairs to I don't want to itemize each repair in the facility. They range from mechanical to structural and to just general wear and tear of a facility at that age. So these are repairs that can be done, that are done on these facilities at its age and its point in time. Whenever you have a reservoir, just like everything else, things wear out. There are a number of things that we need to address. One unique thing about reservoirs is to do work on them effectively. Part of the planning is how to do this in a way that won't compromise the existing operation and the water quality as you do it. There are drain downs required, strategized, controlled cell shutdowns as it's known. So you want to minimize how much you do that and how long that's going to disrupt the facility, focusing on the other reservoir. So to phase these things in, it's best to just do them in the project as a whole. With respect to moving the facilities, those are which you're talking, which I believe part of your question is for phasing the facility to a different location. Those are considerations that we work with the CAPS team in terms of how to best address that service and move it along as this project goes. We've been in constant contact with them about the best ways to do that, and we continue to work with them on the best ways to phase it.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments? Okay. See none? Oh, sorry. Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm fully supportive when it comes to our water of anything we need to do to make sure that residents have what they need, emergency services have what they need. I do want to pick up the question on the tennis courts, though. I remember this conversation, I believe, around corporate planning. What were we going to do? I do believe that at that facility, there's not just the 3 tennis courts, but 4 pickleball courts, and I believe there's a modified basketball court to the side as well. When we're looking at the agenda package that's before us, it does specifically speak to moving the tennis courts. And so just looking for some comments from administration. Does that mean the pickleball court and basketball court is in a position to still be utilized? Or are we going to be looking at moving the sports courts in their entirety, not just the tennis courts there?
Good question, Councillor Anderson. Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, so I'll address that particular item. So the court structure as it sits right now is either 4 tennis courts or 16 pickleball courts if you would like to convert the tennis courts. The theory is to move the courts to a different location and primarily focus on pickleball due to the increased demand for that particular sport, and maintain a tennis court at High Park Reservoir, which still provides the opportunity for that particular sport, which is not as popular as pickleball is right now. We have a unique opportunity in 2024 to work with a partner that's recently come to the table to discuss with the town of Stony Plain the potential of a facility in partnership with ourselves. So I think the two of them and the timing of this particular debenture and this particular job or this project, sorry, and the unique nature of a potential partnership which has a strong positive trend to go in the right direction. it looks like we've got all the timings lining up correctly for that court facility to be constructed and meet the demand that we continue to see in Stony Plain around pickleball specifically as a court activity.
Perfect, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, if I may, certainly appreciate the desire to preserve that amenity in the community. But just for clarity for the residents in that area, the sports court in their entirety, basketball, tennis, and pickleball, will all be closed while this project is underway.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, correct. The sports facilities around the reservoir will need to be closed for the contractor to set up their area of work and to perform the work on the reservoir during that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. If you could just tap into that a little bit. The closure of that court, pickleball, tennis, and basketball will be closed permanently. We're looking to relocate that to someplace else, correct? Or will that ever open up again?
Your Worship, through the Deputy Mayor, that's correct. And when the reservoir work is completed, there will no longer be a court facility on top of the reservoir. It'll be a different location, and as you're aware, throughout the community, we do have additional basketball-type facilities on our outdoor rinks, which have the hard surface. So that particular facility, as it sits today, once the construction project starts, will cease to exist.
Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it's not necessarily relevant to debenture, but I'm just curious, in the relocation of these facilities, I would assume that they would be situated as close to as possible their former location, or has any of that even been considered? We're maybe ahead of the game there.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, I would suggest that given the land requirement for such a facility, there's not a land mass that is close to the current location. So I guess it depends on what you deem as close. Most of the people that currently go to that particular facility are driving to the facility. So a court facility of that nature, most of the people are driving, or they're taking some other active transportation. The proposed location is close enough that it still provides the opportunity for any mode of transportation that we have currently available in Stony Plain.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yep, Councillor Anderson.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry to jump back in. Just quick follow-up. The Meridian Heights outdoor rink, please correct me if I'm mistaken, does have basketball nets and is set up for one of pickleball or tennis, I believe. And that facility, I think, is just a block and a half or 2 blocks away.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, yes, it does have basketball, which is used quite regularly by the school and others. And that was a location that we put some temporary pickleball courts on when we had some issues with the courts in previous years, and we'll continue to do that as temporary courts for the closure of, when the closure starts to happen on the Meridian courts.
Perfect, and I certainly appreciate Councillor Meyer's question, and that we don't want to leave this area without those amenities, but they do exist in a smaller capacity, but certainly within walking distance of the reservoir courts there.
Okay. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. I have a question in terms of the proposed project. Right beside the reservoir is a kind of a playground and parking lot area. Will those amenities be affected with this renovations and upgraded to the reservoir?
Through your worship, you're referencing the Meridian Cove Playground. You're asking if that will be closed during this project?
That's right. Will it be affected? Will it be shut down? Will it be relocated?
I don't, at this time, I don't believe that the playground will be closed, but I would like to follow up with staff and see how the construction phasing is being proposed. I don't have, no indications to me have been brought forward that would be closed, but I would like to confirm that with staff.
Okay. And a follow-up email will be sufficient. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. Another question in terms of the renovations and when the reservoir is upgraded and the changes have made, what type of surface will be on top of the reservoirs?
Through your worship, once the reservoir project is complete, the surface would be it would be changed to something that would be better for long-term operations. So I don't know the exact material that we would use. It would either be a concrete or some form of membrane that would be placed on top of it to seal up the facility.
Okay. So if it's a surface that is covered up, then residents can still utilize that area, but it's just not with basketball nets, it's just not with tennis courts. They can still access it and use it for frisbee, they can use it for playing catch, they just won't have those elements that we currently have on there.
Through your worship, the intention would not for it to be a recreation facility on top of the reservoir. The surface in question would be more utilitarian in nature to make sure the reservoir is, again, sealed from any weather elements that would otherwise be a problem for the facility.
Right, and then I think my question is, I missed it. So, for example, it's done, there's a utilitarian cover over it, so the reservoir lasts a long time. But if a parent like myself and I go with my kids, we play catch on there, we're not going to get kicked off. Are we like removing it and banning the use of anything on top of that, or are we still able to allow passive recreation, or just somebody wants to kick a ball around? Like, I'm trying to understand that we are losing some amenities there, but if the idea is to make sure nobody goes on top of that, then that's a different conversation. Is it going to be fenced off and closed off to everybody, or is it still open that if there's, for example, grass, I can sit there and have a picnic? But if it's fenced off and I can't get in, then I can't have a picnic. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it, after it's done, open to the public or not?
Through your worship, I'd have to follow up with an email on how the final service would be. Would it be closed to the public? I don't know if we're going to be placing the fencing back. We're going to be locking things up. Those are details that I can email back to council to answer your question more thoroughly.
Okay, I look forward to that email and maybe a further conversation. Okay, any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. See none. Councillor Loynes, please.
Town Council look at first reading to bylaw 2691/DEB/24, a bylaw to authorize debenture borrowing in the amount of $5 million for the Meridian Heights Reservoir Upgrade Program.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion for the debenture borrow? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'll refer to page 49, and it talks about the debenture borrow of $5 million and the utility wastewater reserve of $65,000, sorry. Is there any other reserves that qualify within the town for this project? And is there no, yeah, well, let's just stop there for now.
Okay, thank you. Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Pelechko and all of council. Through the corporate planning process, this was the most efficient funding source identified. So there are utility reserves. They're not plentiful enough to fund this project in its entirety. The $65,000 was identified as a piece that could be broken off and funded through reserves, and therefore that is how it was presented and approved in the corporate plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, see none, call the question. All is in favor? And that is carried. All right, moving on to number 9 of our agenda, which is business items. Looking at business item 19.1 is the 2023 Town Stony Plain audited financial statements. Administration, any follow-up comments?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Just earlier this evening, you did hear from partner Phil Dirks from Metrics Group and had an opportunity to ask questions. We now ask, as per MGA Section 281, that Council accepts the financial statements as presented. Subsequent to the approval of the financial statements, we will submit them to the auditor on our behalf will submit them to the province by April 30th for the annual submission process, which will also include the financial information return.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments? Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and pardon me, I'm just getting to the page here that I had. Perfect. So page 84, section, I believe it's notes for the consolidated financial statements, and 16 in the debt limits. We see a debt limit change in the financial statements from 2022, which was a little over $68 million, just about $69 million. And in 2023, we see $73.7 million, again, almost $74 million. Just doing some quick math, that was a debt limit increase of over $5 million within the one calendar year, or a 7.3% increase. What was our budgeted approximate or our estimated debt limit increase for that same period of time?
Thank you. Through Your Worship to Councillor Laurie. Projected in the corporate plan was around $75 million in revenue, so we're fairly close to where we ended up.
Okay, thank you.
Just looking for clarity, 75 million, and our debt limit is 1.5 times our revenue. Not sure if that's...
Thank you, Your Worship. For clarity, through you to Councillor Laurie and all of Council, the debt limit, was calculated at $75 million.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, going back to page 55, in the auditor's notes there, under corrected and uncorrected misstatements, it was noted that there was 12 adjustments that were made. Would administration be able to provide us some clarification, not necessarily at this exact moment, but with a follow-up email?
Sure. Thank you, through Your Worship, to Councillor Loynes and all of Council. I'll give you a general comment, and then if you wish to receive more through email, then I absolutely can do that. So it is normal to have adjustments. There's information that is made available to the municipality once the audit starts. So the audit started the second week of March. Subsequent to that audit, we received invoices that we needed to accrue back from vendors, other adjustments that we found through our reconciliations that we just remediate. Most of those were initiated by the client, which is us, the town, to the auditor. So if you wish to have any more further detail, I'd be more than willing to share.
I would, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments? Just one more question in terms of the town's audited financial statements. I think just earlier this month, the town received an award, the 12th award for financial reporting. So in terms of this, after council has accepted this as information, does the town just submit it to the organization to be recognized, or is there something else that we have to do to make it able for us to apply for those recognition?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Part of the submission for the report award is the full annual report. And so the financial statements just make up one small component of that. The annual report in itself is more informative, talks about our departments, what we do. The audited financial statements are just one checkbox of over 100 of the annual report to be able to qualify for the award.
Okay, so thank you. So this is just one part of the application. Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Seeing none, Councillor Hanser for the motion, please.
Your worship, I move that town council accept the town of Stony Plain audited financial statements for the year ending December 31, 2023 as presented.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion to accept? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Okay, moving on to 9.2, which is the 2024 first quarter report. And it's amazing that 3 months has already gone in 2024. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a few brief comments regarding the quarterly report in front of you. Again, Your Worship, and through the rest of the council, a fair amount of numbers and some updates and some commentary contained within the quarterly report. I will, not afraid to say that when I do see it, I do learn some things or I find out some stuff that we were up to, which is certainly a good thing. Your Worship, the one comment I would make this time around, though, I am in the middle of going out to some of our community groups and stakeholders and boards and speaking to them about the strategic plan. One part of my presentation of sorts is to go through our hierarchy of plans. I speak about the MDP council strategic plan and the corporate plan, and I do point out the quarterly reporting and annual reporting that flows from those processes, and usually get a couple, maybe the odd question or two about that, but I do try to as well just get that into the community that this is one step in the formal reporting process to council as to where we're at on projects and kind of a update over the last 3 months. So, Your Worship, I'll stop there. Lots of information in the report. Myself, the staff present, can certainly answer questions if need be, and thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review the first quarter report. Any questions for clear understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this is always one of my favorite reports to see. I think I say the same thing every time this one comes forward, but tremendous amount of pride in our community every time we have the opportunity to see how much goes on within our municipal boundaries. Looking at page 101, I was just looking at our enforcement services summary, and the one that stood out to me was not quite double, but a significant increase in traffic incidents between 2023 Q1 and 2024 Q1, going from 119 incidents to 211. Certainly we see a breakdown on this page for this year, but just looking for some comments on the increase from 2023 to this year.
Okay. Administration, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson and the balance of council. Certainly, I don't have a good answer for you in terms of likely we just encountered more violations. We did add another officer also through 2023. So in 2024 first quarter, that, yes, I can look and ask what exactly that was, because we do a lot of targeted distracted driving, and we did quite a few of those in 2024 first quarter. So certainly that can pop those numbers up. When we do targeted laser radar, that tops that number up a little bit too. So with the number of officers that we currently have and some of the initiatives that we performed and our ability, I think the weather was quite nice to us too, in terms of we didn't have a lot of bylaw focus and snow removal, ice, and those types of things that typically take our attention. So the ability to focus more on some of these traffic and targeted traffic initiatives likely increase that number.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do see parking complaints as 72, which is significant if we were looking at only 119 incidents last year, and maybe the nicer weather had people out. I know we've had conversations within chambers about certain areas of the municipality where people are parking maybe where they shouldn't, and had conversations about enforcement in those areas. So certainly some contributing factors, but doesn't sound like there's anything significant there that we need to be aware of, so to speak. Just want to point point out a couple other things I think that are really exciting. One is the page on youth, and I've lost it now, but certainly seeing some of the youth initiatives going on in our community and the youth-led Sports Fest initiative is really exciting with the addition of specific points to youth in our strategic plan. It's great to hear some of the positive things that they're up to in our community. And then the second thing of note is just the recognition from Volunteer Alberta on the volunteer engagement that our teams do. And so with last week being the National Volunteer Week, certainly want to recognize the efforts of our staff that spearhead that, but also the volunteerism spirit that is alive and well in Stony Plain. So lots to be proud of.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, Councillor Anderson. Any other questions, comments for clear understanding? Okay. Yes, page 97 of 205. I appreciate the fact that we are trying to expand our reach in terms of how we're reaching our residents, and under the audience growth, it does mention Facebook, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube, I believe, but there's nothing captured for print media. I know that print media is still a viable media option within town of Stony Plain. Is there a way that we can track that?
Thank you for the question, Your Worship. The statistics that are shared within the quarterly report that you're referencing on 97 are specific to our social media accounts, but I can certainly take your inquiry back to our communications team and see if there's any options that can provide those types of metrics.
Thank you. And I think one of the metrics I'm looking for is carbon readership or number of subscriptions that go out. I think we did have a presenter a little while ago of that mentioned how many copies of the reporter or examiner go out. So I think that's probably good for us to know. If the number is going down each and every year, then maybe that's a declining readership. Thank you. Any other questions of clear understanding? See none, we'll move 9.2. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the 2024 first quarter report for information.
Okay. Members Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Oh. See none, just want to echo a few of the comments by Councillor Anderson. This is a report that I look forward to each and every quarter. I think in terms of our busy life and everything that happens in the community, you kind of forget whatever happened last week. So it's nice to have that kind of refresher. And I think personally, I appreciate it, and the residents that I've talked to get that glimpse of what the town of Stony Plain is doing. So appreciate the continued work on this. Okay, members council, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Okay, moving on with agenda 9.3, the recreational facility. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me. Just to get moving on this one, Council and Administration have been working towards a capital construction project to enhance recreation and community use through a new facility for a number of years. This evening before Council is a recommendation to proceed with facility construction for a dry sport community facility along with an upgraded curling facility. Your Worship, I think we're all aware this project would be the largest capital project undertaken by the town. The entire project over at Heritage Park, which began construction, I believe, in around 2008, 2009 with some stormwater management, the jointly funded RCMP facility, and the total redesign and reconstruction of what is now Veterans Boulevard are some of the other largest capital projects over the years. Your Worship, the project is located in Old Town South. That's one of our redevelopment areas where the proposed facility will be located. We have recently seen the opening of Westview School, along with, excuse my French a little bit here, École Trinité, in the past year. Residential construction in the Brickyard area is also proceeding. As proposed, the facility will complement and leverage those developments. Your Worship, there's been some discussion already this evening. The project requires that the town utilize debt financing to fund the construction. Administration has and will continue to seek grant funding, review internal options, and manage proposed debt financing and cash flow analysis to potentially lower impacts in the future. Your Worship, I think there's a reference to the federal budget earlier this evening. The recent federal budget included additional funds to the Green and Inclusive Building Fund. So for clarity, that was the fund that we did apply for and were not successful. We've been watching to see what happens with that. There's been no program updates at this point in time, but we will keep an eye on that as well. But I will say potential to reapply is not certain. We will continue to explore that moving forward. Other recent provincial capital funds have been announced, and those will be explored as well. We did have our auditor here this evening. As noted in the audit statements presented, at the end of 2023, the debt limit is just under $74 million. Your Worship, I will point out this indicates a $15 million increase from the 2018 debt limit of $58 million. This 5-year increase is notable as it illustrates a trend of increase that the town can prudently expect to continue into the future. As Council is aware, the debt limit is a reflection of our own source revenues, and one of these sources is assessment growth. Relevant to this particular dialogue, this conversation, Your Worship, I think it's important to note that through the first quarter of 2024, permit issuance is tracking above the 5-year average. Council is aware, and we are aware of a number of other, in this case, multi-unit residential projects that are in various stages of development. Your Worship, again, that's important to consider, in that adds to the population base and potential assessment numbers. Growing the assessment base can allow for increased fiscal flexibility to address future projects and services. Your Worship, the recommended approach provided by administration is a result of multi-year planning and financial modeling. All projects and all projections are not without a degree of risk. These risks have been part of the review process to get to this point. Your Worship, at this time, I'm just going to ask our General Manager of Community Protective Services to provide further information on the project and next steps.
So your Worship, members of Council, just a quick visual this evening to take us a little bit back to where we started and where we are today, and supplement some of the commentary that the CAO opened with. So this slide, I'm not going to go through every single detail, but certainly you can see we started this project in 2017 with the indoor facility study that we did with Parkland County and City of Spruce Grove, where we looked at indoor facilities within the tri-municipal region and looked at gaps, looked at capacities, and looked at future growth and need in the region. From that, it certainly pointed out ice, indoor sport in terms of field or dry sport, and aquatics were certainly targets that each municipality should be considering as we continue moving forward with the fundamental foundation development of rec facilities in the region. As you're aware, the City of Spruce Grove took an initiative to focus on ice development in Spruce Grove, and they themselves have been through an evolution of an ice facility that started as one project, and now it's landed as a civic center, which is in construction currently as we sit in the meeting today. So as you can see, we started in 2017. Council placed it as a strategic priority in 2018, and there's a number of years that we've looked at conceptual designs related to a larger facility that met all the needs of the indoor facility study in 2017. To phased approaches to this particular rec facility, to looking at construction types in terms of conventional pre-eng and tension membrane and the values of each of those particular types of construction. We unfortunately encountered a fire at the curling club in 2021. So their building was basically burnt to the ground, or enough that they had to knock the facility down, and they've been since 2021 without a curling facility in Stony Plain. That encouraged them to partner with the town of Stony Plain and include that in this dry sport facility, which was eventually landed on through the work that we've done administratively and through council's direction in terms of providing us guidance in terms of the facility that we've have in front of you this evening for approval to go for funding approval. Have completed Class D costing, which gave us a bit of an upset cost around the facility. We did apply for a federal grant, as was mentioned by the CAO, and it was not successful. And recently, in March of this year, we completed a Class A costing, which is the best level of costing we can get before we go to tender. The design of the facility is a dry sport facility, so what that includes is 2 multi-purpose courts. Multi-purpose means not just volleyball, badminton, basketball. It's a number of sports that can be played, and the court can be configured to accommodate several sports. 4 pickleball courts, so those will be dedicated. You can't convert them. They will be 100% dedicated to pickleball. A turf area. The turf area is not full-size field. It's about a third of a typical soccer field. A running and walking track on the second level. The 6-sheet curling facility. Community space, so there's 4 community rooms within the facility that can be utilized in many different ways, and a concession space. And this building has been designed for the future phased considerations for future development of aquatics and arena on this same site. So just some quick visuals of what the facility may look like when we start building the facility. So this is the front view. On the left side of the screen is basically showing you a secondary entrance that would move into the curling space. And as you move to the right of the screen, that's the main entrance into the facility that would house the dry sport field house to the left of that entrance. And walking up the stairs would bring you to the second level, which would be the running track and entrance to the curling facility and concession. Ground level. So with this picture, you can see the turf facility on the right-hand side of the picture. Pickleball to the top of the picture, and the multi-purpose courts as described a few moments ago towards the bottom part of the dry sport facility. Dressing rooms, amenity areas are within the middle section of this particular floor, and then you can see the 6-sheet curling facility with accommodating dressing rooms and community space for that particular. On the left-hand side, you can see the main lobby entrance, which would then complement the addition of an aquatic center in the future, and that main lobby area would function for both. Administrative services, desks for booking facilities, and for the staff that would be required to function the facility would be located in that middle section also. Second level, running track, community space, you can see the 4 rooms in the center cluster. The upstairs curling lounge, which would host when they have larger events or their weekend play or weekday play, the ability for people to go upstairs and enjoy the concession. And at times that are required, that lounge could be used for other facility events that are hosted in the building. During the off-season, there's potential for the curling ice, if it's not in and currently being needed for an event or a function. It is a concrete surface, so that provides some multi-purpose ability also during the off-season. So this is just a quick picture of the dry sport. So you can see on the left-hand side the multi-purpose court set up, and you can see what those lines, the number of lines would look like, and you can see the turf to the far side, second level track. And you can see on the right-hand picture the entrance and the glass that would be in that lobby area so that you can see into the space and see the activities that are happening. And on the bottom of the page, you can just see the starting of the pickleball courts. This is the interior of the curling facility. So the first on the right is the second level, which looks out onto the ice sheets. And on the left-hand side is what I just described, and on the right-hand side is the bottom level, so the entrance in, so where the curlers will come in and then go into the dressing rooms and change and head out onto the ice. This is showing a bit of the circulation, so as you come into the front door on the left-hand side, you can walk up the stairs to the second level. There's also an elevator that will take people up to the second level, so the building is completely accessible. All the hardware and ability for people to navigate the building has been included in the design. We did have a local accessibility company go through our detailed design drawings and provide us some recommendations and do a bit of an audit to ensure that we're functioning this building and operating this building to the highest level from that accessibility lens. The shutter you can see on the right-hand side is the exterior or the lobby side of the concession that would be made available to the public. As mentioned a few moments ago, the community space. So it's flex space at this point. They can be set up for meeting space, for crafts, for any program that ourselves, the town of Stony Plain, may put on and require lower or smaller spaces to accommodate. Community groups are always looking for community space to host meetings and events for themselves, so this provides them that opportunity and a facility that's open quite substantially from a time perspective projected. And at any point in the future, if a community need arises where these rooms can accommodate that need, they could easily be converted to meet that need in the future. The site, as mentioned by the CAO, is adjacent to the Westview School that was just constructed and opened this year. It would be to the north of that particular school. So if you're familiar with their parking lot, this facility is directly north of that parking lot. It currently has a drainage channel running through the middle of that property, and there's some large spill piles or debris piles there that are pretty noticeable. And it's also, you can see the tree line that separates both the Glen Hall arena facility and ball facility through the trees, and this would be on the bottom side of that particular site. Capital funding for this particular project. Class A, which, as mentioned a few moments ago, we completed end of March. So the total required for the building in a Class A projected cost is $41,651,871. How that is broken down is curling is 8.7, just over 8.7 million of that particular total. The dry sport, which would be the field and court facility and track facility, is just over 24 million. The entrance is just under 5 million, and the site is about 4 million. Site includes hard surfacing and the landscaping and the amenity areas that are required for a building of this size. Proposed funding for this project. In the 2024 corporate plan, we did identify $15 million for debenture, taken over 2 years, 2024 and 2025, at 3% tax increase for both of those 3%. We are seeking just over 31 million, 31.5 million, close to that number with respect to debenture, which would require an additional estimated 6% to achieve that 31.5 million. We have done a quick assessment on 100,000, so if you have you can determine what your house value is and times it by the 100,000 on a 12% equals $58.29 annually, or $4.86 per month. The Curling Club has received some funding through their insurance funds. So they did receive $3 million from insurance to replace the building. And they have received a $1 million grant from the provincial government. So that was a CFEP grant and the large stream. They did receive that money in 2023. Right, and this money is committed to the project. Through the Curling Club, we do have formal permission for that, or assurance of that, and there are some members in the gallery this evening. Rec off-site levies, about 4.6 million, and Parkland County has confirmed that there's $1.6 million that they've committed to this project also. The funding strategy, as the CAO mentioned, debenture draws, and has been mentioned on the 3 debenture first readings that were earlier on the agenda. Cash flow and interest rates will certainly dictate how we draw a debenture on this particular project. If there are grants that are available that we can apply for and get for this particular project, they would be applied for and they would be secured over in a debenture amount. So we'll continue to look for those grants and alternate funding sources to replace debenture requirement where possible. The continual review of our capital projects as we continue to move through the years out of this particular project in terms of how we can fund those, what grants might be available to fund things that might have been projected for debenture, but other grants have popped up that make that more possible through an alternate funding source. And again, as mentioned, continuing to look for other funding sources to not rely on debenture, but again, the strategy is not to pull the entire debenture in one shot. It's to leverage that debenture draw over a number of years as the project requires and review all other sources and alternate sources of funding. Projected operating, so this is just quickly based on the building size and projected programs, roughly looking at $605,000 in revenues and about $800,000 in operating, which equates to about $118,000 or just over that in terms of operating, which is just over 1% of tax. The next steps for this particular project, of course, our conversation this evening. If council does provide authority for us to fund this project or give funding to the project, then we do need some time to clean up the documents for tender release, which would happen around the end of May. The first reading for borrowing bylaw would come back to council on May 13th for approval. The tender is projected to close the first part of July. Then we do a review and award the construction to the correct firm around the end of July, and construction and mobilization would start in the month of August. We'd also launch a sponsorship package with the approval of the project. We can start launching a sponsorship package which would help offset those operating costs that were on the previous slide. And the projected, which is to be confirmed with the construction timelines, and once we have awarded, we'll get more firm dates on how long it'll take to construct the project, but projecting sometime in Q4 2026. Your Worship, that's a quick summary of where we've been, where we are today, and the report is fairly detailed with the funding requirement and how our strategy to achieve this particular project, and the statements that I don't think I can add to the statements that the CAO open this topic with and this project with. Myself, the CAO, and the financial services manager are here to answer any questions that you may have about the project.
Okay, thank you for the presentation on item 9.3. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation this evening. Certainly an ambitious project that has been underway for, some time. Do you have a couple of questions just related to the design? In some of the pictures we saw, there was looked like a movable wall between the turf and the dry sports side of the facility. Is there also some sort of curtain between the pickleball, or would there be between the pickleball and the multi-use courts there as well?
Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, yes, that has been part of the design, is curtains that would separate the individual sports, as balls flying into different spaces can cause some issues.
Perfect. And along those same lines, the community rooms upstairs, it appears that there's potentially a movable wall between the pairs of community rooms as well. Can you just confirm if that's the case?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, that was part of the original design. I would have to confirm that that's still in the details, but that's how we initiated the design of those particular spaces.
And certainly flexibility would be important if this project goes ahead. So thank you for that. A couple easy ones to start off with.
Councilor Anderson, any more questions for clear and understanding? Councilor Hansford, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through to General Manager Hill, or anyone else who feels that this is probably an appropriate answer. We have a plan to build a rec center that's been worked on for quite a number of years. And in order to be able to afford it, instead of, I think the original figure was somewhere around 92 million to build more than one phase of this, it got broken down into bites so that it could be handled a piece at a time. Right now, we're looking at potentially a debenture borrow for this. How would we ever be able to move to the next phase if we're owing 20 years on the debenture for the first phase? Do we just keep taking on debenture debt knowing that they run out, start at a different time and end at a different time?
Okay, go ahead, Administration.
Yeah, Your Worship, I could certainly make a few comments there, and then our Manager of Financial Services can maybe speak a little more to the specifics of, the modeling that we do undertake. So Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard and the rest of Council, as I've noted in some of my earlier comments, the town has gone through, a portion of growth where even our determination of a significant project has evolved. Again, I believe Veterans Boulevard, I remember when that was coming on, different funding sources and so on and so forth, and I think it was about a sum total of, give or take, 16, 17 million at the time for that project, and there was a lot of work that went into it, and council thought long and hard about those impacts. Similar, again, to the Heritage Park, kicking off with, I know there was some site work, there was the pavilion replacement, and then, again, sort of a phased approach. The Heritage Park HP3, as we know it today, came to be. Just one more comment, Your Worship, specifically to that. I think that's a challenge. That's the opportunity. That's the perspective of how we go about most of our long-term planning, whether it's the infrastructure below us or the facility infrastructure that communities require to both grow, thrive, and provide those services. I'll stop there, Your Worship, and perhaps our Manager of Finance, I'll just ask if there's a little more on the fiscal modeling that she can add to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through Your Worship. So there are a few mechanisms that would, or triggers that would activate throughout the year. So tonight we heard our auditor state that we're paying down our debt at about $1.7 million per year. And so as we continue to pay down debt, our debt limit available increases by that amount. So every single year that we pay on the principal, that amount gets added to our debt limit available for the future. As well, we would have revenue increase through our budgets that's approved every year, and that would also increase our debt limit, as well as any growth that we do realize within the community. In addition, we would have grants potentially for future phases, as well as we would seek community and municipal partners for potential future phases.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hansard, is that your question?
I believe that answers a piece of my question. We don't look at things just as they are right now with the dollars that are available to us or will be created by us with tax increases. But if I'm understanding correctly, there's other factors that come to bear that will actually see a revenue stream come, and we pay down debt, so things are not quite as tight. So I guess, just for clarity, we can do phase one now, and then in a time frame yet to be determined, phase two could come on board, phase three could come on board, as long as everything is working in an order that is paying down debt, creating revenue to offset, and we continue to grow our community. Am I understanding that correctly?
Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard and all council. That is correct. That's a good summary.
Thank you. That's a good question, Councillor Hansard. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through to administration. You mentioned the Green Initiative grant. That was now additionally in the new budget that just come out. Are we prohibited from applying for that grant again in this year? Can we apply for a smaller amount and maybe seek to see if there's something that we could get there, or are we completely not allowed to reapply in the new budget?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Plutchko, appreciate the opportunity to speak a little bit further on that. So I don't know that I can give you an absolute definitive answer. I can tell you what we've seen in the past, and I think there was comments earlier. A couple of things. Some grants will say, you know, you cannot apply if you've already started. Or, I think the manager mentioned earlier, if you've started, those costs won't be allocated. So what I believe and understand through the federal budget documents or what have you, they have the original funding for the program was spent. They've upped, they've added amounts to that, and then the program would roll out. We haven't seen the program details, and I don't know when we will see those, frankly. But when we do, we would look into that, find out what we'd be able to, not be able to apply for. Your Worship, the other thing I would add on to that, and this would be a little more of a political nature. We believe we had a strong application. It was rejected because, although we didn't get a very clear, specific answer, we do know that the funding was all allocated. There was nothing left to allocate. We would be able to have some conversation about, we were close, we put this in, is there any room for us to be reapplying that way as well? I'll stop there, Your Worship. That's my perspective on it.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, anything else? Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I'm reading my own notes here right, I think I have 5 questions, so I'll start with 1 or 2, and then I'll let you go around and see if anybody else has before I continue. The first question through you to administration is just kind of looking at the life cycle of the design of this project. And we have a lot of information on our website. We've already obviously seen it. There's been some significant design changes in this facility, particularly over about the last 2 years. The original conceptual design back in February of 2022 had a significant adventure park component. And if I recall conversations at the time, the adventure park included things like the potential for a climbing wall or some indoor skateboarder BMX, or there were many, many ideas that were being tossed around. But it had been identified in the recreation studies that an adventure component was something that was desired. So as we continued on, obviously the designs changed a little bit, and we had the unfortunate incident with the curling club. And so in July of 2022, we saw a new design. That new design at that point in time, the adventure park was no longer recognized in the facility, and we had the addition of the 6-sheet curling rink. In interest, we had 6 dedicated pickleball courts with an additional square footage compared to the new design. So when we look at the new design that we have currently, we've seen a reduction in the square footage of the hard floor surface of the facility to where there are 4 pickleball courts. The curling facility is still showing 6 sheets, and I'm wondering if, as the same part of the consideration in the reduction of the square footage of the hard floor surfaces, was there a consideration for a reduction in the curling back down to a 4-sheet, which was similar to the Westridge Curling Club that was lost?
Okay. Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Lowry. Certainly, I'll address a couple comments there. Adventure, I think we maintained the space. We just didn't have the dedicated climbing wall or adventure-type activity. But we have 4 community rooms that if we deem we'd like to add those spaces in the future, we can certainly convert those spaces for that dedicated purpose. The 4 curling sheets, we have had some conversation with Curl Alberta, and their recommendation was going back to 4 sheets would likely, your facility would then just be a community facility in nature. So attracting higher level of play, provincial play downs, those types of things. 6 sheets is preferred over 4 sheets if you're looking to add those types of events to your particular community. So from a sport tourism perspective, the 6 sheets certainly lend themselves better to the Westwards Curling Club being able to attract larger events to our facility and to our community. Typically with those types of events, your playdowns happen on the 6 sheets, and when you get into some of the finals and those types of things, we do have an arena just up the hill that can be converted into 2 or 3 sheets that, with the larger seating capacity, that's typically where you host your playdowns or your finals. So depending on the model, depending on the facility, depending on what they're able to do, this particular facility has the potential of closing 2 of the sheets on either side and having 4 sheets and putting some temporary bleachers into the facility also. So it does provide a bit of flexibility with respect to that. 6 sheets is fairly much one of the minimal standards for probably a community our size. We are aware that the curling facility in Spruce Grove is getting to a life expectancy also. Not sure, haven't had formal conversation about what that looks like and what the life might be on that particular facility. There's been some informal conversation with both the curling clubs around what the future might look like. 6 sheets provides more flexibility for the club to continue being viable and sustainable in the future.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, if I may, Your Worship?
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you. So we've seen the dollar figures. We've seen that it's approximately $8 million for the curling side of this, with about 50% of that being contributed from the Westridge Curling Club. Do we have a rough estimate number of what the financial change to that would be if it was a 4-sheet rather than a 6-sheet?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, at this time, I couldn't accurately provide you with a number that might provide. I would have to look at further documents to see and do a rough calculation based on square footage of the overall building. I would suspect the numbers are not great in terms of multiple millions of dollars. It would probably be under that.
Okay, I'm just going to jump on there, Councilor Lori, if I may, onto your question. In terms of the curling rink, you mentioned that maybe the general manager said that the Spruce Grove curling rink might be at its life expectancy. So my question is, in terms of the collaboration that's happening within the 3 communities, is it possible in the future, if council does approve this, to expand that 6-sheet of ice to maybe 8 sheets of ice? If, for example, if the Spruce Grove Curling Association and the Stony Plain Association merged together, and then we need more ice service. Is it built on so we can add?
Your Worship, to answer that question, I would have to have a conversation with the architect based on the design of this building and the structural components related to extending the building for another 4 sheets or 2 sheets. I'm not sure what that level of work or energy would require.
And I just want to add again, I think it was mentioned that during the presentation, it said that when there's ices out of the clearing rink, the town can use it for programming and amenities and stuff. So in terms of that, what is the conversation around administration and with the Westwich Curling Club of what can we use and utilize that surface for in the summer when curling is out?
Your Worship, for clarity, you're asking when we would talk with the curling club related to the types of activities that could be hosted in the summer months?
Yeah, I think during your presentation, you mentioned that when the ice is out, that's our ability to program, do different events there. Because currently, right now, prior, when the Westwich Curling Club was there, because it was a sand floor, there was 0 activities in the summertime.
So, Your Worship, certainly we've had informal conversation with the curling club related to the ability for that facility or that space to be programmed in the off season. Again, depending on curling events and planned events or ice in or ice out. Certainly a conversation where both groups are very aligned with respect to that. So a lease agreement or the agreement that we have in place for operating that particular facility would likely outline those types of opportunities.
Thank you. I think, Councilor, you mentioned you had a few more, but I'm going to go on to somebody else first and then come back to you. Anybody else has questions? Councilor Lawrence, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, it was mentioned earlier, and I know I've talked about it before, about partnerships and finding people to help in the cost that way. And currently, there's nobody at the doors for partnerships. Have we talked to anybody about any type of naming rights, knowing that we have such a unique design into what's available, whether it be for the soccer, the curling rink, the pickleball courts?
Administration, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes. So certainly that's part of the sponsorship package. That level of funding typically goes to your operating costs. So you would sell a naming right over a number of years, and that would go back into your operating. So it would impact your operating versus the capital. Until we have approved project that we're able to sell, it's pretty difficult to sell something to someone. So we have a greater opportunity to go to the public once council has approved the project, and there's some momentum around this being a project that has some funding and will move forward. So you can likely see that sponsorship package out, and I would think that council would play a big role in championing some of that sponsorship opportunity.
And then you had mentioned earlier that the turf field is a third of the size of a standard soccer field. As somebody who doesn't play soccer, what does a third of the length offer for anybody?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes. So if you're playing a soccer game, there'd be a 3-versus-3 versus a, I'm not sure how many are on the field at one time with soccer, but a 7-versus-7 or higher. So we do have a soccer expert in the council chambers that could maybe make some comments on that. But certainly, when we looked at this facility, building a full turf for full soccer play like you would see at the TLC, our costs are just going to go higher and higher. We felt that providing an opportunity for people to be able to go and practice baseball, practice frisbee, practice soccer, have a smaller game of sorts, but more of a practice facility versus hosting a soccer tournament at that particular facility, exposing people to the grassroots and the opportunity versus providing some sort of facility that would provide a competition level. Court sports alone, I mean, it's a smaller, the spatial allocation and requirement is a lot smaller than what you would require for a field. So 3-versus-3, 2-versus-2, maybe a 5-versus-5, depending on the size of the children. But I would say from an adult perspective, you're probably getting into lower numbers versus the higher.
Okay, I'm good for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay, Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
You can't laugh. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, and maybe this is it's a finance question. I'm just looking at page 121 under strategy, the third paragraph, projected new debentures included in the approved paragraph. I'm wondering if administration can just walk me through that very slowly, like I'm an idiot.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, administration.
Yeah, no, and just stop and look at me for confirmation that I am following along with your explanation.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Meyer and all of council. So if we were to go with the corporate plan as approved, that is what was approved within the corporate plan based on timing. However, reconsideration, shifting of cash flow and need of debenture and timing of debenture is what was applied as a strategy in this RFD to ensure that cash flow would be effective and efficient for this facility, as well as the debt limit would be within the reins of this.
Okay, maybe I'll just kind of say it out loud and then you correct me as I go along. Okay, so as I understand, we are currently sitting at $30 million. as per the paragraph there above, the town has a current debt of $30 million. And then we skip down to the next thing where we say corporate plan total of 33 million. So I'm taking 30 million and I'm adding 33 million, making 63 million, which then makes sense. It says then we have $11 million because we know our debt limit is 74, right? So of the, we're looking at $41 million, we've already approved 15. So in my head, I'm thinking 26 million is still what we need to come up with, minus the 11 that we currently have available. In my head, I'm thinking 15 million. I then continue to read that paragraph, and I see, what's the term? We're going to, a deferral of projects totaling approximately 10 million. So in my head, I think that should be 15, but obviously I'm not the finance person, so.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
through
Ms.
your
Fisher.
worship. Through your worship to Councillor Meyer. So that was an approximate estimate to look at all of the debenture projects holistically and what would make sense to shift that, to also make sure that we had enough room for the future potential projects that are on slated for 2025 as well.
Okay, so sorry, again, this is what I'm not understanding. I'm thinking we're $15 million shy, and here we're saying we're gonna come up with about 10. Is my math wrong?
Okay, I think on page 121, at the very top of the page, so council has already approved the 50 million debenture for the recreational facility.
Yep.
And then, so additional to that is that because we did not receive any grant funding at this point in time, the shortfall is $16.4 million. So that is what, if council approves it, we're looking at a debenture borrow of 16.4. Again, I think the strategy is that, as all of council knows, we approve a 3-year rolling plan, but we focused on the current year. So for example, we passed 24, 25, and 26. But 24 is what we focused on. 25 and 26 were, in theory, that would happen if we did everything. So I think the fact is that as a council, we'll continue to review those our capital plans as we go to our corporate plan for 2025 and 2026. And again, those things might get shifted around. As we mentioned, a few of the other things that we've seen as a council takes 3 or 4 years before it gets to the council table, we're actually borrowing from it. So we may be, if at this point in time, if this happened and council did approve this, we borrowed all the money, then yes, we will be at that limit. But as mentioned earlier, through the other debenture board bylaws, it's not immediate, and the drawdown will be when needed. So we may never ever hit that limit. As mentioned, that we're paying down about 1.7 each and every year, and there's also the growth in the community that also adds to our debt limit as well.
Okay, I appreciate the answer. So the piece of the puzzle I'm missing there is sort of the timing of it. Okay.
Yeah, so the timing is similar to the other debenture bylaws that we've seen, is they'll draw down as needed. So it's not we approve it and then all of a sudden we have a wad of cash in our hand waiting to what we do with it. So we'll just take at when needed and when required. Okay, going back, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to pick up from Councillor Meyer. We're talking about 2 different debt limits. We see actually on the next page on 122, and that's the difference between the debt limit and what's defined as the internal debt limit. I believe by resolution of council, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I think we, the council of the day set that 80% of the MGA debt limit of 1.5 times our revenue. When we're reading through the package here and the lead sheet, just for confirmation for those that are here and those that are watching online, when we're saying, our debt limit is 74 million, we're talking about our MGA debt limit, not 80% of the internal debt limit. Is that correct?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. That is correct.
Thank you. With that being said, if this project moves forward this evening, I understand that there needs to be a resolution of council to extend our internal debt limit back to that provincial debt limit. Is that something that's captured here? Or will that require a separate resolution of council to increase our internal debt limit?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Anderson. So as per our debt management policy CFS 045, that policy outlines that council does have the authority to go beyond that limit. As for a specific resolution, I'm just looking over to the Ledge Services Manager to see if she can answer that question. If not, I'll just pull up the policy quick and find that. Should that be required, we could bring that back before the first reading of the debenture bylaw.
Yeah, Your Worship, just to confirm, we would ask council to pass a resolution for the internal debt limit.
Okay, thank you.
That would happen at a later date as the borrowings would come into the chambers.
Thank you.
Can I ask one of my own questions there? Perfect, thank you. Just looking for some commentary. I know we have a regional joint use agreement with Parkland School Division where we have the opportunity to utilize some of the recreation amenities in our school sites, as well as there's a gym space in the PERC building. Just looking for some comments on utilization rates of those amenities and maybe some of the challenges that currently exist. The project that's proposed before us would serve some of the same purpose to what those current amenities do, but I also know that there has been some challenges there. So just looking for some comments from administration.
Thank you. Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, the PERC building is booked through the Red Brick Common. My understanding is the French school primarily uses that facility as their gymnasium Monday to Friday. With Parkland School Division, we do have a joint use agreement. We have great utilization during the Monday to Thursdays. Lots of utilization from our community groups. Not as much utilization on the weekends. We have just had recent conversations with Parkland School Division about taking over the booking of those facilities during the weekends, and they're quite happy for us to do that. So the ability for us to open up that availability to our user groups is going to be helpful also. I still think there's going to be a high demand for these facilities in the region. Certainly not all groups are getting in and getting spaces, and it's having some time on the weekends certainly will help the situation, but we have a lot of groups that still aren't getting the available space. So between opening up the weekends and the potential of this facility coming online, I think we're still going to see people still looking for spaces throughout the region.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clear and understanding? Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I have 3 questions that are totally unrelated.
Okay, we'll just do one at a time.
Yes, I will. I wanted to ask, since it appears we have some representatives from the curling rink here, I know they're not allowed to respond, but I appreciate that they're in the chambers this evening. The curling rink had a tragic fire that cost them their facility, a 4 ice sheet facility. And they received insurance money in the amount of approximately $3 million. Since then, they applied for a grant from CFEP for $1 million and received that to help build the curling rink portion of this building. When the discussion took place that we could put them in this building, suddenly the price tag goes to $9 million. Approximately, because of 2 extra ice sheets and being tied to our facility. What I'm wondering is, does the curling rink have separate ability from the town of Stony Plain to approach their own benefactors and donors to help raise their contribution? And have they been able to apply for any other grants that might help to cover some of this extended cost for the extra ice sheets and to tie into this facility. I'm just wondering if they've reached the limit of what they can do or are willing to do, or is there a way that they could make a greater contribution? That is one question. And I'm directing that through you, Mr. Mayor, to General Manager Hill.
Go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard. So certainly, the Curling Club's a society. The grant, the CFEP grant, the maximum they could get was $1 million from that large grant stream. So they did get the maximum amount that they were able to get through that particular stream. I think some of the other grants that might be available to them, we may have the ability to, from a federal side, apply. So likely the likelihood of us getting the grant versus a curling club might be stronger, and they could apply, but typically speaking, if we both apply for the same grant as an example, neither of us might get funded, or one or the other. So usually it's best to partner. A grant that has a partnership involvement is usually stronger, and our grant did have a number of partnerships with respect to the curling club and the replacement of that particular facility. Can the curling club continue to fundraise and go and look for additional funds? Absolutely, they can. I think they would certainly jump behind a sponsorship strategy and be champions and big voices of that particular work as we continue moving forward with this particular project. And once this project is approved, there might be some people that are waiting with bated breath to provide us with some unknown announcements. I'm not sure. And my experience has been on projects like this, there's typically people that do gravitate to these types of projects and provide some level of sponsorship because it's important to them also as residents of our community. So can the Curling Club continue to apply for grants? They can. I think the size of their grant, their society and their ability might limit them to what types of grants they can apply for. They would also have to be mindful of partnering with ourselves, and we'd have to come up with a strategy to see what the best application process would be based on the grant that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. And then Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll refer to page 121. Towards the end, let's talk about impact per 100,000 of assessment on the debenture annually at a full 12% tax servicing equate. Just for quick clarity, and then I have a follow-up to that, is the 5829, which is 486 monthly, or annually 5829, is simply based off of the full 12%, which would be in year 3, correct? Which would be 2026.
Thank you, through Your Worship, to Councillor or Deputy Mayor Politico. That is correct. So we would look at a staged-in debenture. The cash flow shows that the full debenture would not be required until the third year and the completion year of 2026. And so that's how the debt charts are projected, and the full 12% would be at that time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when I calculate, and somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, but you know, when we use $100,000 of assessment, if I take a $400,000 home, which is maybe just over the average or just under the average, depends on who you talk to within our region of the home, when I do the math for that, that equates to about a $2,800 a year tax increase, which is about $235 a month. When I look at taxes within our community,
Okay.
well, if you take 5829 times 400,000, which is 4, times 4, and then multiply that by 12 months.
No, that 5829 is annually. You don't need to.
Is the annual amount, it was $4 and,
$233 a year then.
So
Okay.
it's $1943 a month.
Okay, so in further respect to that, thank you for the clarification. I'm just doing some wrong math. I remember asking at the last meeting when we had talks about this, we're talking about a 6% increase in 1 year. Is there any way to spread that out over a period of time? So if we're doing 3 and 3, Could we do an additional 3 and 3 from 26 and 27? Or do we need that 6% to help service the debt that we will incur by 2026?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Pelechko. Currently in the corporate plan, we have a 3% in 2024 and a 3% in 2025. There are absolutely mechanisms that we can enact in order to spread that over a longer stage if we go with this in the 12%. So a few things to note. So one is, based on the cash flow required for the facility, we will not be needing to draw debenture in 2024 based on the planning. And so it's projected right now that about 50% of the draw would be in 2025 and 50% of the draw would be in 2026. That's based on right now what we know. That could change. However, there is an opportunity to spread that burden over future years based on enacting a tax levy stabilization transfer. For example, we this year had a surplus and had put that away into tax levy stabilization. That is a trigger that we can enact through the corporate planning process, as well as in 2024 we have approved a corporate plan that would include 3% tax for the rec center. We also could put that away into a reserve at the end of the year, being that we're not drawing debenture this year, which would also then help stage in that debenture over a third or fourth year.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's excellent to know. Would that have to be a change to any motion that's been made tonight? That
Thank you, through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Pelechko. That could be a motion at the end of the 2024. So first of all, to enact putting money into the reserve for what we've taxed or proposed to tax residents this year, that would be made at year end. And through the corporate planning process that will come forth to council in November, we can enact those requests and have that as a scenario or make those motions at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to start with a pretty easy one here. Looking at this multi-purpose recreation facility and multi-use recreation facility, we have seen and we heard that there are dedicated pickleball courts. And I'm curious as to pickleball's contribution to this project. So we have a curling facility, which is not even going to be 100% dedicated, as we've heard. There's opportunities in reprogramming that space and working with them on that. We're looking at 4 dedicated pickleball courts. Curling's putting in 50%. Do we have any commitment from our pickleball associations and organizations of any level of funding?
Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, the answer is no. We looked at the development of these 4 courts as an opportunity to free up the floor space that we're currently dedicating to pickleball during the winter months at the Heritage Park site. So right now, we currently have 7 courts that are utilized through the winter months by Yellowhead Pickleball Society. And these 4 courts, based on the number of hours that the building would be open, would provide a substantially more opportunity for them to play. Even though it's 4 courts that are dedicated, the time opportunity is far greater than what they're currently getting at Heritage Park, which allows us to free up the building for other rentals that that building has been purposed for.
Absolutely, and thank you very much. And I don't discount the merit of having pickleball included in this facility and freeing up the Heritage Park Pavilion. My question is around the dedicated spaces. As we see, you have basketball courts, which have pickleball courts inside, which would be badminton, which also have volleyball. It's multi-use, it's multi-purpose. Whereas we have 4 specific courts, or about quarter to a third of the hard floor space that appears to be not available for any other form of recreation other than pickleball. So it's a very dedicated space. I'm curious why those surfaces wouldn't be considered as multi-purpose and wouldn't have lines for other sports included on them. Whereas, basketball, volleyball, they all have to deal with multiple sport lines. Why is pickleball able to have these 4 courts without multi-sport lines.
Administration?
Your worship, when we designed the facility, if you, I'd have to get some form of measurement and show, but what I know for sure is that space is not conducive to a multi-purpose court. The size, the setbacks, those types of things, when you're starting to play volleyball, things start to encroach and become closer in terms of wall. And putting another multi-purpose court there was just not feasible. Dedicated courts for pickleball, we did hear that through the public engagement process that we undertook for this particular facility. Again, the ability to relocate pickleball from a facility that is an event space versus what we believed it's worked well at the pavilion. It was a holdover space to afford us the ability to consider a facility of this nature, which would move pickleball away from that and move it into a more purpose facility. So the 4 dedicated courts provides that opportunity, and it allows those that are currently playing at the pavilion for the number of hours that they're playing and the number of months that they're playing, it provides them that dedicated space and opportunity. The trade-off would be they would likely take those 4 courts that are multi-purpose and they would book those, and we wouldn't have the ability for the multi-purpose courts, or we'd have to have greater booking capacity in terms of, and probably limit their time, which would probably push them right back to the pavilion. So I think what we were trying to do with this design is with the dedicated, it provides us that opportunity to still provide that pickleball space, free up the pavilion space, and not take the other courts that are multi-purpose in nature and have them dedicated to that particular sport. As there are 4 courts that you can see that if pickleball wanted to have an indoor tournament, so to speak, there's 4 additional courts within that court space with the multi-purpose lines that they could access under a booked opportunity.
So, appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I don't disagree with any of those points. I think what I'm challenged is that there is dedicated space for one very particular sport, very limited organizations, and there's no capital contribution to go in line with that. And I find that challenging because this recreation facility should be as versatile as possible. But again, I don't want to get into debate. We're still in questions at this point in time, so I'll move on for that if I may, Your Worship.
I was going to add on to that, the question regarding the pickleball courts. Definitely, there's 4 dedicated courts based on the design we're shown here. Back on June 5th, the Parkland Picklehead Association came and presented to the council. Back in July 4th, the Yellowhead West Pickleball Association also came and presented to council as well in terms of some of the needs in the community. I understand that some of the conversations going forward for an outdoor court is not going forward, so it's an opportunity for example, for sponsorship of those 4 courts, either through one of those community groups or pickleball associations.
Your Worship, if I can just clarify the question, you're talking about individual sponsorship by potentially Pickleheads or Yellowhead West related to the 4 courts that are currently...
100%, because they both organizations came and presented to the council, showing the need for pickleball. We do have 4 dedicated courts, which is very similar to the 6 sheets of ice for Westward Curling Club, is an opportunity for sponsorship saying these 4 courts are brought to you by X and Y Pickleball Association.
Your Worship, any sponsorship package, you can pick any door in this building and sponsor that out if someone is willing to pay for it. So I would suggest that would be, could be considered as part of that package.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. This question is going to be a little bit larger in nature just because there's a few components to it. We've talked a little bit about the capital debenture, the capital borrow that's required for it, but we haven't really talked much in the way of the operating debenture. Currently in the reports, we're showing just shy of $200,000 of an operating deficit or an operating debenture, which current day is equal to about 1% additional taxation. I know we've had a lot of conversations in the facility or about the facility and some of the design of the facility and how we can optimize that. One of those was in regards to the exercise equipment and the lessons learned from the Tri-Leisure facility, and understanding that the major draw of patrons to the Tri-Leisure facility and their memberships and their revenue generation is the inclusion of the exercise equipment in the facility, which at this current point in time, we do not see that. Secondary to that is, again, lessons learned through our current regional recreation facility is the benefit of commercial or food service space on the, what I would call on the main floor. So we do have a concession space that's shown on the second floor, but as I look at this, when we're talking about, any type of tournaments or anything like that that are going to occur in this facility, to have that located on the second floor versus the first floor where a majority of this activity is going to go on, I'm just wondering if we can get a little bit of clarity on the consideration of, again, like I said, a commercial space, so similar to what we see at the Tri-Leisure with the cafe and the booster juice, as well as the inclusion of other opportunities which would help generate additional revenue to either limit or eliminate that operating deficit.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through the Councilor Laurie, the projected operating doesn't include the sponsorship opportunities that we've been talking about just recently. So that definitely could impact that deficit. We get firm sponsorship opportunity that, as stated earlier, that goes to your operating. So that would lower that overall operating debenture requirement. With respect to the concession that's there is an opportunity for us to consider that as a lease space, and we could gain some dollars through that particular operation. Why is it on the second level? Typically with a curling facility plus our facility, it's double-sided so that it can function in both areas, and it can provide the curling club with, typically their fundraising opportunity is through beverage sales during their operating season. So it can function as a bit of a short order, small snack type offerings to those that are enjoying the facility on the public side, and on the other side, it can provide both to the curling side. If the public wants to go in and enjoy those types of beverages, they would certainly be welcomed. I don't think it would be an exclusive site that people would not be able to enjoy. The old curling club, there's a lot of people during a hockey game would certainly, in between periods, walk over to the curling club, and they would sponsor the curling club, so to speak, with their purchases, and then they would walk back and enjoy the hockey game. So I think the same type of activity in a smaller community or a community like ours with the proximity of those types of facilities around, I think that type of activity would still continue to happen. So in short, I think the other, with the booster juice, that's just more square footage, and that just adds to the overall cost of the building. That potentially, when we start looking at aquatics in phase 2, and we have more people circulating through the building and the opportunity to purposely put those types of facilities in, I think this project has, through the time that we've looked over the 7 or 8 years that we've started to look at this project, the overall cost of the project has always been a concern for all of us in terms of how do we execute this, and how do we provide a facility that's still going to continue to benefit the community and still be able to be within that range of us being able to execute it from that financial commitment. Putting in a booster juice and some of those others, I appreciate the lease opportunity there, but I think the focus from a square footage usage was more about the community benefit versus those food services benefits. And perhaps as we move into the future phases with aquatics and there's more activity happening in those particular types of facility with that phased addition, that might make some more sense for those larger lease opportunities like the TLC has currently. Their boosted juice does provide good, and they have a short order up there. The restaurant has not provided, I think it was good from the start, but as you see now, that space is a lease space and it's working better from a more agile and more flexible space, but they still do have a food service and coffee bars. We may find that some of those community rooms might be underutilized, and there might be an opportunity for us to put some of those types of things in those spaces. Again, that's the beauty of those 4 spaces. I think they will be utilized by the community for various opportunities. And the benefit of this building is it's a gathering space, and it's to provide an opportunity for people to come and do different opportunities, and provide some of the demand that we're seeing in the community for different activities. It's providing the benefit back to the community to achieve and meet those demands.
Thank you. And I'm going to, do you want to follow up on that, or do I know?
Yeah, I'll just a quick follow-up, and again, I concur with a lot of what the general manager has said, and I think, I can appreciate where you're coming from. The community spaces, I think there's some opportunities there. I think there would be some challenges in using those spaces for certain ones. Just as a tag on my question in regards to square footage, I don't believe we would require additional square footage at this point in time, and as we talk about, the usage, for instance, there's the waiting area that's labeled 1-102 right beside the vestibule, very prime location for one of those type of amenities in the facility. And when we look at the usage and the cost benefit of it, I think, we owe a service to our residents to make sure that this facility operates as efficiently as possible. In this phase, if it could even generate a little bit of revenue, again, that goes to helping pay debenture and paying for the facility itself. So I think it's worthwhile for us to make sure we're exploring all of those opportunities as we move forward with this, should this facility move forward this evening. So I trust that those will be considerations that as we go through the tender and as we get the project finalized and underway, that maybe some of these things will or won't. I just have one more quick question, if I may, Your Worship.
Let's come back to you a little bit later, because I've
Okay.
gone to 3 for you, so I will just, and again, I think appreciate those comments, and I think based on what you've mentioned and through what we've seen through happen at the TLC, it's also an evolution of space as well. Some of the rental and the commercial space that's available at the TLC now were not available when it was first initially built. It has evolved over time to get to where it is. So again, as long as there's an opportunity and an option for that growth and expansion, I think that's proper and prudent of members of council. Any more questions? If I go down the line for questions of clarity and understanding, we're good? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of easy ones, I hope. With the addition of the ice sheet at the Civic Center in Spruce Grove, does that go into sort of our regional ice pool where residents of Stony Plain may be able to utilize that, similar to how Spruce Grove may use our rink to play on?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, certainly we've got residents that play through the different minor hockey systems or the ice sport systems. We've got Stony residents that play in Parkland Ringette, as an example. We do have Stony residents that play with Spruce Grove minor hockey, depending on the level of play that they have. So we do have residents that are utilizing ice surfaces in both of our communities, and I would put the TLC in that category also. So the 5 existing ice surfaces are being utilized by all residents. The tricky part is what people deem as their home ice surface, and that's where some of the debate starts to happen. With the 2 ice sheets being added at the City of Spruce Grove in their Civic Center, one of them I think is fairly dedicated to the Junior A team, and the Stu Grant Fuhr Arena was very limited with respect to the public opportunity to book that facility. So perhaps that ice surface will free up more time at one of their older rinks in terms of that community access. In terms of us, the town of Stony Plain, having dedicated percentages of ice in the City of Spruce Grove facilities, we don't have a formal agreement that specifies that's true to form and will be guaranteed. But as we continue moving through with 2 additional ice surfaces being brought into the region, we'll continue to evaluate the capacity and the utilization of all of our ice rinks, and perhaps that changes the dialogue as to how we're approaching ice usage today. There was pre-COVID, ourselves, TLC and Spruce Grove, were looking at a regional approach to booking ice. That conversation died. There's new players. That's something that's still on the table for us to continue looking at and reviewing as a potential opportunity. We have had our own sport ice user groups, particularly minor hockey, in our chambers, and they're happy with the utilization that we're having in Stony Plain, and they have no desire to go to Spruce Grove for ice. However, that being said, Calahoo rink shut down, and some of the minor hockeys in the local region are starting to collapse, and ourselves, or Spruce Grove, are starting to absorb those registrations. So likely there's got to be more holistic conversation about how do we provide opportunity to children at that grassroots level, because we are getting the collapse of some local minor hockeys, and there's certainly has to be some more concerted effort around how do we accommodate those collapses.
Perfect, thank you, and I appreciate the update there on where that conversation of regional ice allocation is at. Certainly something I heard, 18 months or 24 months ago, and wasn't sure where that was at. Do we happen to know, I was looking Curling Alberta, Curling Canada, that sort of thing, how many six-sheet curling rinks are currently in the province? Curling Canada says 15% of sheets across Canada. I could guess 15% of the rinks in Alberta, I don't know, but just wondering if we have any idea, sort of if we're competing for provincial tournaments and those sorts of things, what we might be up against with other clubs throughout Alberta.
Your Worship, to Councillor Anderson, I wouldn't be able to hazard even a good guess for you. So if you require that information, we can certainly glean that from Curl Alberta and provide that at a later date.
Not required, just for interest sake. I'm seeing if these gentlemen are holding up fingers at all for me, but doesn't look like they're sure either. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's 2 years. Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to be careful now not to pontificate or offer opinion. We don't yet have a motion on the floor, do we? This is questions for clarity and understanding. This is my favorite time. I want to make sure that we speak about the elephant in the room. In this report is written, and it's been brought up before, and there have been a few sparky conversations that have happened about this idea that we could defer other projects in the amount of $10 million. I believe that's the suggested amount in order to help make the recreation center happen, or to get a yes vote on that. I just want to make sure that that I understand what other projects might be deferred, because a whole lot about my vote this evening to proceed or not, and I don't know if anybody will be walking down my path or another path, but it's going to depend on what those projects are that might be deferred. We just approved several $1 million tonight for projects. And I keep hearing from people, take care of what we have, look after what's in the ground before you build new things. So I just want to know what we're talking about here. And I think that the public has a right to know what we're talking about deferring.
Okay, to Councillor Hansard, I don't think there's nothing that's on the agenda to be deferred or moved or to shifted from their capital plan. This is moving forward with a presentation from administration. This is a priority of council, and they're asking for that. Anything that does come forward will be at a later time. If council chooses to defer or move anything, that'll be during the corporate planning process.
Okay.
And I'll ask the town manager to add to that, or the general manager of
Yeah, Your Worship, I would just, I guess, say that's pretty close. There's nothing that's being asked to defer or refer or review, at this point in time specifically. The only other comment I would make, as council's well aware, we spend a fair amount of time with council understanding priorities, what they are both on capital and operating, or program or service, whichever way you want to put it. And Your Worship, as we take a lens to look into the future on some of those other capital projects, we would be guided by what council has told us in the past are the high priority projects. As you're, in this instance, Your Worship, this evening earlier, we have heard for a number of years there were, 3 council directed capital projects that were of high priority. This was one. The Public Works facility, of which there was dialogue earlier tonight, was one of those three. And third was a cemetery project. And those were the projects that were identified as high priority for council. You know, I mean, what I would just go a little bit further to say, as we kind of look into the capital plans, you know, we will examine different projects, but we will continue to be guided by council's broad stroke direction as to what priorities are.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hansard, your last one, yes, I think you said. Go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to point out, Councillor Laurie asked 3 questions, so I just want to verify one thing. In this report is written that we will, by borrowing and putting ourselves very close to our debt limit for right now, not knowing what the pay down is and what the growth rate ratio is that's going to offset some of these costs, and what the income will be from this facility, because there are other factors, naming opportunities, revenue from other opportunities that will be in the building, like Booster Juice and restaurants and things like that. Unknown, those things are all unknown. But what I would like to understand is when we're getting pushed to our debt limit, and there's a comment in here that says we would be lowering our ability to respond to emergencies. I don't see that we're going to have a lot of room should we have water mains break and things like that we've had in the past. I suppose anybody can dream up many scenarios, but we've experienced some things that cost a lot of money. And through the talents of our admin, they were able to get others through insurance, et cetera, to be responsible for those repairs. But I want to be really clear on what will be available for emergencies. So could we get that number again? If we do approve this, how close are we to the debt limit as everything sits tonight? And what is available to us to respond to emergencies?
Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard and all of council. I'm going to answer that in a couple steps. So one, our ability to respond to emergent events would be potentially financed through our reserves, but also we did have discussions with our ministry, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, in regards to debt limit extensions, and they approve about a handful every year in regards to debt limit extensions for municipalities. They did specify that if there were inclement events or emergency requirements or needs, so basically if we had, something emergent that we needed to fix, that would have more weight or bearing for a debt limit extension rather than maybe a recreation center that's not a need life or death sort of thing. And so that conversation has already occurred in regards to our options. And so administration feels comfortable with the discussion that occurred and some of our potential paths. And in regards to what we currently have today, so if you look at the debt limit chart on page it is page 122. So there are 2 debt limit charts there. So the second chart I'll bring your attention to is based on the strategy. So with all of these debentures, the draws would not occur until they're absolutely necessary. And so you could see that as the cash flow is outlined, there based on, a very conservative revenue increase amount. In 2024, we would have, approximately $20 million available for inclement events. In 2025, that would be a little bit less. And then, 2026, we'll bring forward some options in the corporate plan to outline, to make sure that we're all comfortable with what is available.
Your worship, if I may, too, I do want to just make a clarification too. The wording that's used in the RFD is emergent, not emergency, and I just want to clarify that that's two different things. What we would consider emergent would be, there's comments tonight and the different things that go on. We're constantly reviewing our assets and the facilities and the water treatment. The pumps, all of the assets that we do manage. I think we heard there was $250 million worth of them this evening. But, what we would classify as emergent is something that we find out about and we know that needs to be done within the next 2 to 3 years. It's rare that something would come at us that we had no idea about and it just happened and it needs a $3 million or $4 million or $7 million fix. I will say that's not that it would be unheard of. I'm sure it's happened in other municipalities from time to time, but our wording there, I believe it's emergent, and that would be like a 2 to 3 year horizon.
Okay, thank you. And that's a great question, Councillor Hansard. And, I had that same question. So I looked at page 82 of 205 in terms of if there was something emergent that our planning and our staff did not plan for and we could not account for. I look at the account of surpluses, which is number 10, which is an unrestricted surplus of $1.8 million. And also under the operating reserves, we have a tax levy stabilization reserve at $4.2 million. So those are the couple reserves that administration will bring back to council if there was an emergency that our insurance did not cover at the same rate amount in time. So as mentioned, all the other projects are all kind of factored in within the 2 to 3 year to 5 year to 10 year capital plans. So we're planning for that, and a good thing to point that out, but there is about $6.2 million for emergent things if we need. Move on to Councillor Fletchko. Anything else? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Probably the easiest question that I'll ask tonight. Page 128 of the package just gives a little bit of an overview of the site, and we do see a connection from the current Westview School parking lot to the planned recreation facility. To the east of the facility, we have a significant number of amenities. We have the Glen Hall Arena, we have the baseball diamonds, we have the spray park, the outdoor pool, École Trinité. I'm just wondering, is somewhere buried in these plans a contemplation or a consideration of some type of a connecting trail into that area and into those facilities? So particularly during the winter time, there is a multitude of access points. I envision the likelihood that the Francophone School Division would like to have some type of a clear walking path to this facility. We may see people who are, some of the kids are playing ball, they're going to the rec facility, or the kids are playing hockey, they're going to the rec facility. I just want to make sure that within these plans is a trail connection right off the hop.
Your Worship, so maybe an oversight on the site plan, but definitely our earlier iterations of this particular facility and the location, there was certainly trails that we considered connecting all of this together, because we do classify this as a bit of a recreation campus of sorts. The whole O-Town South community area is active transportation and connectivity to each other. So certainly the ability for us to connect those facilities that currently exist with this new facility would be part of that evolving conversation. On the backside of that building, we do have an access lane that is required for maintenance. There's a hill there, and we have to put a retaining wall in, so safety would have to be part of the consideration when we look at the access and getting people around this building and into our other amenity spaces.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Follow-up?
No, nothing else. Again, I'm glad to hear that, and I certainly hope that that's not overlooked. So I'm confident that it's there.
Okay, members of council, any more questions for clarity and understanding? See none. I think it's been a long time since our last recess, so we're just going to take maybe like a 10-minute recess. When we come back, we'll deal with item 9.3. Okay, members of council, let's welcome back. Moving on, after we had the presentation from administration, we asked questions for clear understanding. Moving on to 9.3. Who is next on my list? 9, 2, 3. All right. Yes, Councilor Laurie, you're next. For the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it's with pleasure that I move that Town Council approve the recreation facility project in the amount of $41,651,871 with funding as outlined in this report.
Thank you. Members of council, we've had the presentation, we've had questions for clear understanding and just general knowledge and some conversation. Open the floor for questions, comments, and debate on the motion to accept. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo Councillor Laurie's pleasure in getting to finally see this before us and hopefully vote in favor of it. I would just draw everyone's attention to page 125, and there's a bit of a history there, which I think is particularly relevant. Just looking on it, I'm sure there's a good reason why it's not there, but I would just like to also remind, we did look way back, and I believe it was just first year on council when we looked at possibly overbuilding the gymnasium on the Westview school as well. So in terms of this council, we've looked at options. We've even looked at covering the pool as an option, and we've downsized, we've redrawn. Of course, the curling club burnt down. That's sort of unfortunately prioritized that. But, and of course, we've also invested close to $1 million in planning for this. So in terms of shaking the sheets and seeing all the options before us, ultimately, this is where this council has driven towards this this particular option, and it's been a prudent, well thought out plan that I am very happy to support this evening. Of course, we actually have to vote on it, so I look forward to the rest of the discussion on this. But I would just say that we have thoroughly gone through this. As a solid plan with solid financial plan behind it. It does bring us up close to our debt limit, but I'm confident that administration has formulated a plan that will see us through.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Any other councillors for questions, comments, and debate? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Oh dear, I was hoping to wait and do this at the end of everybody else. Well, I certainly, after many years, 19 years on council, I've seen many things become important to a council, and lots of dreams and hopes and planning and drawings and all kinds of things come forward to make something a reality. And I've certainly seen my share of things put on hold. One project, this building, sitting for 10 years on a shelf, waiting for a better time to build. And then when it came time to build it, it was a lot more money than it would have been if we'd have done it to begin with. What we have here is some talk that had happened in previous years, become a working project by council of 2017, 18, 19, and 20. And there you had a lot of plans and push and hopes and dreams go into trying to see if it was even a feasibility to put a project like this together. Wisdom of that day had this project broken into pieces or modules so that it could be tackled by a community the size of Stony Plain. And in those years, the town of Stony Plain has grown. We don't really know what our growth is because we only do the federal census. We used to get a little feeler for what our population was when we did a municipal census, but we just don't know what our population has grown to. I do know this, that growth causes the tax dollars to be shared over a broader base of people. And we did have some slowdown, to be sure. And I keep telling myself, don't use these words, COVID year, because I don't like remembering them. And this counselor is never again on many of those things. But the reality is it is part of all of our past. And when COVID hit, many things took a hike and got slowed down and brought to a halt. I'm privileged to have been elected back to council in 2021 and become part of the thought process, the debate, the discussion, some angst, occasionally a bit of a flared temper coming up so that when we're discussing things, I certainly feel that this subject has been well vetted. To step back into this role and be part of something that could see a recreation center become reality in Stony Plain is a really big thing. But I do want to say that no council or no councilors and no mayors or town managers or administration's legacy is so important that it puts a huge burden on people to where they simply can't tolerate the project or us. And yet I've often maintained and have said so to other counselors sitting on boards and committees, such as Meridian Foundation. If you can't go back to your council and sell this project, perhaps you don't belong on that council. Because I walk in places where others often fear to tread. And God has blessed me with an articulate brain and an ability to express it. And so I do know that sometimes councils are called on to take bold leaps, make strong decisions, and then look at the people we love and care about who have cautioned us not to do it and say, but I see this. And so what I want to share with you is what I see that makes this whole thing doable for me. Because we've asked enough questions to stop a mule in its tracks tonight. We've gone through so much in the last months, certainly over this whole term thus far, 2.5 years, analyzing the wisdom of moving forward with this project. And I'll use words that I used when I was on council when the TLC was built. If you build it, they will come. Hardly a soul on the face of this earth has not seen the movie Field of Dreams. I used those words when we built this building. I used these words when we built Heritage Center. It too sat on a shelf for several years, and then when it got taken off the shelf, some on council wanted to start all over and make it bigger. But the wisdom of that council was to do it. And we'll double schedule and carefully do this and that to grow it and to make it a facility that the region and indeed all of Alberta, for sure, the capital region, will be proud of. So this is what I will say. I'm torn on this decision still. And that's why the Municipal Government Act tells us, don't have your mind made up. Be cautious what you say. Allow yourself room that until the mayor calls for the vote, you don't truly know what you're going to do. If you aren't open to being swayed or persuaded otherwise, then maybe this is not the job for you. I've listened to every word tonight. I've weighed it. I've watched faces. I've watched people writing notes, some more prolific than others. But honestly, there's so much that goes into something like this. And for me, I'll make that final decision when I get asked to do so in the vote. The thought process that I go through when I'm talking to my husband like this, he says, and I say, no, you have to let me finish. And so with the mayor's indulgence, I will say this. Whoever is watching, whoever sees this recorded meeting in the future, I want you to know, it's probably not an easy decision for some of us. For others, maybe so. But this town is growing, and this town has become a place on the map. And I only have to look at that Tri-Leisure Center in Spruce Grove that could have been built in Stony Plain to see that when that building was built and all the energies of 3 communities went into it, that it drew commerce like nobody would believe that it could, because almost everything up and down Campsite Road came into existence after the Tri-Leisure Center. The decision to build that happened. My wish for this project was that some of our regional partners had stepped up more fully, was that the federal dollars that we thought we would get had come through. Yet we still have options for naming rights and other things that will help us fund this. This is what I suggest. Just watch. Watch and see what will happen. Because those who will be part of us are waiting to see what we will do. They are waiting to see, is this the year? Is this the time? Is this the council? Is this the decision? When this subject came up with the previous council in 2019 and the step forward was begun, it was supposed to be $15 million for this first phase of this facility. Did you hear the number tonight? It's $32 million. If this gets put off again for another 5 years or 10 years, what will that cost be? It becomes unreachable. So unless we think that, if we think we can do this, we can. And if we believe we can't, then we can't and we shouldn't. But I haven't heard that tonight. Those thoughts are running around in my head. I'm asking all kinds of questions of myself. Not because I doubt, because I beg to be convinced. From my viewpoint, I just want you to know that I appreciate everything that has gone into this. What a position council has put admin in. We lay out what we want in a strategic plan year after year after year, and they go away to make it happen. And I'll tell you, they're pretty dedicated people sitting here tonight because they're going to make this happen if this council says, we want this. They will find a way. They will turn over every rock until this building rises. And I just want to remind the public, these facilities that we build for recreational use and community use by a region are not meant to be big money makers. We like it when it gets close to paying for itself. It's what we do as a community for the people who live in our community. It's the things we provide because we live in a part of the world that has long, bitter winters, and it enables people to gather and to enjoy sport and stay healthy and not lose their minds over cabin fever. So I'm still listening, I'm still hearing, I'm still watching note-taking. Unless the wisdom of counsel persuades me otherwise, I'm leaning in the direction of supporting this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments and sharing some of your wisdom, Councillor Hansard. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Pletchko.
Oh, where do I start? That was pretty much well said. It explains a lot of the thought process that we have sitting here in front of us today. When I come into this meeting today, I'm not very comfortable at pushing the town to its debt limit. I think that's always a question that I worry about. But yet that when I look at the numbers of what it costs per household on a monthly basis, it makes it more reasonable. It's like $10 to $50, depending on what your home is assessed at on a monthly basis, which I don't think is an unrealistic ask for something that this community has needed for a long time. When I got on council, some of the things that disappointed me was the stagnant growth of our community. And I think what we see today is the community is growing. Our younger generation demographic is that 34 to 38-year-old range. They are what's driving our community, and we need to listen to their wants and needs. I sit here think, $50 a month added to my tax bill, probably not really comfortable with it. But at the same time, I have 2 grandkids that are growing up in this community, and they need places to go. They need things to do. And this community really hasn't provided that for a long, long time. So I think it's something that is long overdue. It was a push when I first got on council for many of us on council. At that time, the whole build was about $25 million. So as we sit here and we continue to talk about doing something that's going to benefit our community and drive growth, each time we push this off, the cost of it escalates. We're at over $40 million now to build it. What will it be in 2 to 5 years if we continue to push this off? And I do think it's important that we listen to our community members. I've heard from many that, I shouldn't say many, I've heard from people that say, we don't need this. But then I hear the seniors talk about where they need to go in our community, and they need a place to walk, and they need a place for fellowship and stuff like that. We provide the Heritage Park Pavilion from time to time for them, but now we have the opportunity to provide a place where they could go on a regular basis. Not only that, they get to mingle with our society, they get to mingle with the younger generation, and it's a good learning experience and education for every one of them that goes to the facility. I hear the young mums want some place to go with their kids and stuff like that, so it's a great place for that. And even us old guys that get satisfied in what we're doing from time to time, I bet we find ourselves over there with our grandkids, with our friends, with our families, enjoying what it is. And I think it was a really good thing. I don't think the fire was any good, but I think the opportunity to build this building jointly with the curling club is a facility that will bring people to our region. When we look at what happens down the street, we see a lot of hockey, but we don't see a lot of other things. This is an opportunity for us to bring new people to our region and maybe see something within our community that allows them to be able to want to move here for other activities. I think it's a great opportunity to be able to host events, and we will have a facility that allows us to do that, as well as a facility that allows us to do extracurricular activities when it's not being used. So it is a multi-use facility that is really good for our community. Again, I sit here and I think to myself, is it something I support or is it something I don't? And as Pat said, it's the wisdom of counsel that helps you to make those decisions as you go through it. It's the wisdom of counsel that helps you to decide what's good for your community and not. But really what makes it good for your community is what your residents are talking about. And I believe this has been on the table for a long time. Many of our people in our community are ready for something like that. We never know whether they're ready for what we have to do to get to there. And as Pat said, I'm really disappointed in our partnership within the region. We have a plan in place that should be supported wholeheartedly by both our partners. Now, I understand that they have sometimes things that they need to do, but I also think that when you have a plan for a region and you're working as a team, you tend to implement them plans or as close as you can to it. I think there's still an opportunity for our partners within our region to have a little bit more conversation and see what it is that we can do. I know you've done an excellent job, Carl, of moving this forward. You've listened to us on a number of occasions with our crazy ideas that we wanted, and you've come with a great plan to move things forward. So as I sit here tonight, I hope to hear from each and every one of you as to how you see this fits into our community, whether you think it's a great plan or not, and I look forward to that conversation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any more questions, comments, and debate from members of council? Councilor Lowndes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say that when you look at what a rec center offers your community, it doesn't just offer health benefits. And I mean that by physical health. It is economically something for your community. People come here, they'll go for lunch, they'll go to the curling rink, they'll have a beverage or two, right? It renews social community, right? We lost that for 4 years through COVID. And we're trying to regain a normalcy of community and being social with our neighbor. And a rec center offers that. I sit here today and I listen and I think of my last 2.5 years at this table and realize it's coming on 10 years that this original plan had started down this road. And I'm happy to sit here today and say, I do support this rec center. It is a hard thing to swallow looking at that number on that screen. But to me, the benefits that this rec center can offer outweighs anything else in this world. And I fully hope that my colleagues will agree with me that this is an opportunity to grow our community in residents, in health, economics, social community, and I'm looking forward to seeing this go through. So thank you.
Thanks for comments, Councilor Lowndes. Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Excuse me, one of my colleagues on council challenged me last week that sometimes I talk too much, so I wrote a 1,000-word essay to share with you this evening. Not kidding. When I don't know, I read and I study, and so I'm going to share with you some of my thoughts over the last couple weeks especially, but going back to the election campaign. The rec center was a hotly discussed topic door to door. And, we have the opportunity this evening to see that conversation come to fruition, whatever decision is made. Some of the best advice I think I've been offered thus far in my time on council, and I'm sure there are more pearls to come, but that was to, when conflicted, to stick to your values. And so I went back to my campaign materials and, really looked at what it was that I valued. And unfortunately, this project leads to conflicting values for me. And that's the importance and value in recreation, sport, athletics, and being fiscally frugal. And that's kind of how I've lived my life, is that fiscal frugality. And, that responsibility of resident dollars that we're entrusted with to spend wisely. And here we're looking at a project that will, push us to our limit, but will also provide an amenity that has been a long time coming. With that being said, we're in an inflationary environment. And, a community that isn't growing cannot maintain services, let alone build new amenities without increasing taxes. But a growing community, which is what we have seen and hope to be, needs to increase taxes at times to develop new infrastructure and meet the needs of servicing and so on. As a municipal council, we're tasked with providing public services, including, but not limited to, police, fire, transportation, community social development, roads, utilities, parks and rec, and so many more. And the scarcity of tax dollars means we need to be fiscally prudent in our decision-making. Attending Alberta Municipalities and FCM, our Federation of Canadian Municipality Conferences, we see time and time again that we're facing an infrastructure deficit in this country, and Stony Plain is no different. This evening alone, we passed first reading for a number of utility projects in a public works building. These are needed in our community, and some of them going back, 54 years, I think 1970 for the public works building. Those deficits extend to our walking and cycling routes and our green spaces to meet the recreation requirements of growing communities. And I think we've done a decent job of that. Previous councils have. I think that's been a theme for this council. During this term alone so far, we've seen the continuation of, or the introduction of, a number of outdoor rec projects, including disc golf, fire pits at Rotary Park, trails between Spruce Grove, Stony Plain. We've discussed land in the South Business Park for future recreation amenities. We've prioritized the maintenance of the Meridian Sports Courts to ensure that they continue to remain an amenity that we have. Our public works have done a pavement quality index that looks at the trails and sidewalks, among other things. So we've done a lot of good on that side of it, but I think we need to balance sort of those spontaneous use type of recreation amenities with actual recreation facilities. And I think we have an important role in that. In their absence in our community, we've talked a little bit about if the demand is there, maybe private industry will step up and provide some of those amenities, which we've seen. We have the Wahoo Swim School coming in this year, and swimming was identified as a huge priority for residents in the Tri-Region. Our neighbors, looking at the Civic Center, introducing more ice. One of my challenges with this particular project when I was first introduced to it was we heard from the community that our biggest areas of need were ice and water, yet we're doing dry land, and I couldn't reconcile that. And so if this came to a request for a decision a couple of years ago, I might have had some different feelings. But knowing that those amenities are going to be available either with the swimming in the fall or the near future with additional ice that hopefully alleviate some of the pressure on the TLC, there are amenities that are now in place, which I think opens the door for a dry sport complex. I don't think we need to talk about the health benefits. I think that's something that we all know and understand. But those of you that know me and our administration and fellow colleagues in council know that economic development is new for me in my role on council. And so when I dove into my research, I took it from that perspective. And I wanted to know what economic impacts something like a recreation facility could have in Stony Plain. As council, we outlined 5 key pillars, and economic opportunity is the one that seemed to rise to the top in our latest strategic planning, not at the expense of others, but as a priority over our next sort of 2 and 3 year cycles, and that it needed to be a key focus for us. I think there's a perception, and I've heard this a little bit within the community, that the recreation center can be a pet project for council. You guys just, want to do that, and it kind of starts and ends with you. But I think it's a narrow way of thinking. And what I mean by that is this project started with a needs assessment, which went to public feedback and engagement and so on. And what we see presented to us this evening has really been born out of the needs in the region and the feedback of the residents in our municipality. Our curling club, I think, is an important piece of that. Right? We were able to be flexible and responsible to integrate a tragic event in our community into this particular project. And I think that's important. I think when we look at projects like this, we go, well, can we recover the costs? Is that kind of the economic benefit? We'll get some money back on rentals and admission fees and increased tax revenues because there'll be, some residential built out and those sorts of things. But I think that's, again, a little bit narrow-minded because, again, the dollars for this project come from the residents. The inspiration for the project, the need for the project comes from engagement with a resident, not as a pet project of council. And so when we look at the economic benefit, as much as the dollars may funnel through the town, the reading that I've done talks about how the impact of that actually flows back to the resident, and not through, the reallocation of dollars. Okay, well, I was going to spend my money here, now I'll spend it at the rec center. But by having amenities like a 6-sheet curling facility that can bring in people from outside the community. And it may not draw thousands of people, but it may draw hundreds of athletes that are going to spend their dollars that they earn somewhere else. In our community, that's going to go back into the pockets of the mom and dad businesses and the local shops that exist here. And so those dollars that are entrusted to us through a project like this can cycle back into the pockets of the residents of Stony Plain. One of the articles that I reviewed in preparation for this evening, being a teacher, I sometimes read journal articles, not newspaper, but those really annoying ones with lots of statistics and those sorts of things. And they looked at what contributes to the quality of life in a community. Top was cost of living and housing, but recreation and parks actually surprised me as coming in second, ahead of schools, ahead of safety and crime, although they were very close. Those opportunities did come in second to cost of living. Further research talked about how that high quality of life attracts families to the area, which provides workers for the businesses. With those dollars that are coming in from outside and so on, we end up with this virtuous cycle of a high quality of life that contributes to families moving, which supports employers, which brings in more jobs and investment and development. And a lot of the work I think we've been doing over the last couple of years and in council terms before us, I think has set us up for this moment, as silly as that might sound, in that we have a community where we've started to see growth in our industrial side. We've got a new school that's recently been populated and roads are being built and new residential areas ready to spring up. And it's not that those residential dollars pay for a facility like this, but it does attract more businesses and that commercial industrial development that help us to expand our tax base. And so when I kind of got through all of that, I started to think about the opportunities that exist. And what conversations have I heard in the community that a facility like this may meet? And outside of the ones that have been mentioned, we've got a youth center needs assessment coming up in Q4. And so I couldn't help but think, what could a facility like this provide, not just for youth recreation, but for those social aspects of youth. And so I went down that rabbit trail a little bit to look at how recreation facilities and youth engagement in recreation actually leads to reduced social issues and higher youth engagement. And so the impacts that we can see here are far beyond just a physical building. And so even though I came into this with those conflicting values in terms of being fiscally frugal and then the recreation side, my wife pushed me one day to buy a home in this municipality. And it was a huge expense, one that I reluctantly bid off, and the opportunities that we've had since coming back to Stony Plain have been tremendous. And I see this as an opportunity for us now as a community to bite off something that might look a little scary. We might not know exactly how it's going to play out, but I think the cost benefit is there. The benefit to the residents in terms of recreation and health, the benefit to the residents in terms of economic impact and diversification of our tax base, and the impact to our residents in terms of youth engagement and reducing some of the social sort of issues that we may currently see. And so to borrow from Councillor Hansard this evening, that's probably more than 1,000 words, but that's okay. Unless the wisdom of council convinces me otherwise, I think we have an amazing opportunity to do something so crucial for our community, and we'll be supporting the Rec Center project.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So the only person the councillor has not spoken is Councillor. Do you want to speak now, or do you want to speak after me? Or do you want to have closing comments?
I'll speak now, Your Worship. I'll leave the closing comments to our mayor. Boy, where to start and what to not say, because it's already been said again, but to say it again because the importance of it is just that important. I'll start with saying, I am disappointed that this is where we're at. This project has been underway, in my opinion, for far too long. Just trying to find out quickly here how long we simply waited for a response on our grant application. And I believe it was over a year, if memory serves me right, maybe even close to 18 months, just over a year. That is us beholden to another level of government as we are trying to move our community forward. And all we could do is sit and wait while inflationary pressures and other challenges continued to push this project higher and higher. Not only to sit and wait that long, but then to sit and wait that long to receive $0 is incredibly frustrating and disappointing. If we knew now, or if we knew then what we know now, I think this decision was made 18 months ago or more. And it probably would cost us less. My colleagues have hit some incredible points, and it's true, and I'll just very, very briefly touch and highlight, this isn't just about recreation. It's about community. It's about the social fabric. It's about health. It's about wellness. It's about belonging. It's about gathering. It's about having a place for youth to direct their energy positively. It's about a place for adults to focus on their health and wellness. It's a place to help seniors break away from isolation. The word recreation has a definition. However, with the community spaces and the way this facility has been built or designed, opens the door for us to start defining what recreation means. There are spaces here that will be able to be used for non-sporting style of recreation because we have this facility in our community. I reflect a lot on the conversations with residents even before my time being elected and in my, what are we, close to 7 years now since being elected. And there's been a lot of residents who, at the outset of the conversation, were against it. We're against the idea of a rec center, we're against the idea of the cost, we're against the idea of the project. But I found that probably as high as at least 9 times out of 10, after a conversation, and after understanding their perspective, understanding where they're coming from, talking to them about, no, this is not just a place for sports teams to play their sport. At least 9 times out of 10, those conversations result in that resident supporting this facility. And those conversations are also usually outweighed by the number of residents who ask me, why isn't this done yet? Why have we been talking about this for the better part of 10 plus years? I believe the original indoor recreation needs assessment, William, correct me if I was wrong, Mr. Mayor, 2007, 2006. We're almost 20 years from knowing that this was needed. Just look at the growth numbers in 20 years. If we needed it then, how badly is it needed now? And that process in the years to get to this point, we have considered all options, all versions, all ideas. We heard about the ideas of covering the pool. We heard about the ideas of expanding the gymnasium on the Westview School. We talked about sprung structures. We talked about different construction methods. We talked about anything and everything of ways to move this forward and to get this done in the most efficient, effective, and I'll use the word affordable method for our community. And those delays have hurt us in both the growth we've seen and the project cost. But what we are starting to see is that our current growth and development, based on the work that we have done, is increasing. I'm challenged when I look at the design and some of the usage of the space, but I believe we can look at opportunities to maximize the usage of that space without delaying this project. I believe there are design considerations and construction opportunities that will happen. My biggest fear is any regrets on the day that this facility opens. Of looking back and going, did we miss an opportunity? Or was there something that we really should have made sure was in here? And I think we've done a really good job of flushing that out. But just because a decision gets made today, if that decision is to move forward, I don't think that conversation stops. I think we have to make sure that we get this right. The last recreation facility built in this region, aside from the new outdoor pool out in the Entwistle-Evansburg area, which is quite far for our residents, was the TLC over 20 years ago. Last recreation in town of Stony Plain, for what I would call built form recreation, was the outdoor pool at a little over 50 years old, and the Glen Hall Arena in 1967, and pardon me, I don't know the original date of the construction of the Westridge Curling Club. Sorry, 58? 58. That's a long time to go without any investment into built form recreation in the community. There's a lot of conversation, and rightfully so, around our debt limit. And I would be lying if I didn't say that the initial blush of it was concerning. But I've been fortunate enough over the last year and a bit to be in some significant educational programs that deal specifically with things like municipal finance and understanding these things. And as we understand, our debt limit today is not our debt limit tomorrow. Yes, we have our internal limit, and I was on council when that internal limit was set. And the point of that internal limit was simply to give council an opportunity for a high engaged check and balance to make sure that whatever project we were approving that would push us over 80% was a project that we truly felt needed to go ahead now. Was not something that could be delayed, was not something that could wait, was not something that was a want more than it was a need. when we hear about the tax impact of 12%, well, that tax impact of 12% is our numbers actually based on our last corporate plan that we approved in November. By the time this is fully integrated in 2026, that won't equal 12%. It won't. We've seen the growth in our community. We've seen the growth in our assessment. We had our audited financial statements in this meeting itself that showed we had $5 million in debt limit growth because we achieved, that would be approximately $3.5 million in new revenue within that one calendar year. This facility alone will increase our revenues approximately right now, if I'm counting the sponsorships that we heard, probably $750,000 annually. Times that by 1.5, add that to our debt limit. The increases to pay for the debenture actually help our debt limit. They will increase our debt limit because it is additional revenue to the municipality. Then you start to look at the growth and the current projects that we already know are occurring or starting to occur within our community. We have brand new multifamily developments that have been approved and should be going up any time in the near future. In the Safeway parking lot, we have a brand new multifamily with commercial on the main floor going there. We have a new multifamily development, I believe it's 30 units, just northeast here of the town office. We have the Lac Sainte Anne Métis project going up on the old RCMP site. We have Tanglewood development, if you've driven past there, they just dug 3 more basements for those 8-plex units. And they came to us to have the height restriction removed for another multifamily development adjacent to Veterans Boulevard. Residential is starting to boom in Brickyard around Westview School. It's starting to boom in South Creek. They're already in the ground in the phase to the north of the storm pond. West Sarah, the new zoning that we put in specifically to help accelerate growth, has basements and walls going up on homes there now. I believe, if I remember hearing right, it's over 50% of those building permits have already been pulled for those lots. Silverstone, the final phase in Silverstone is starting to get more basements and more development. We've just heard about potential movement in other areas such as Willow Park, Fairways North. We have Sun Meadows is filling out, Genesis. I'm seeing more units go up in Genesis. And then look at the infill in Old Town. That's just our residential. Huge in commercial with English Bay. The assessment on that alone is going to be massive for growth for us. Complementary, the Golf Biz facility that's going to open there. Co-op's new card lock. And we know of many other opportunities that we are waiting on final investment decisions that could be incredibly beneficial for our community. When I consider this project, it's a lot about what our residents want and what our residents need. And I'm going to use an example that most of you are probably going to laugh at because you know how passionate I was about this, but it's transit. Transit was an uphill battle. It was a very large uphill battle in these council chambers at times. But if you look at our Q1 report and you look at the numbers in transit now, our transit doubled again year over year from 3,000 to 6,000 riders in Q1 alone. I'm having conversations with people now who are struggling with transit because they can't get the rides on the on-demand because there is so much demand. It's a good problem to have. It's a problem we're probably going to have to deal with sooner rather than later, but it's a good problem to have. But when transit first entered this chambers, the skepticism was huge. The question of the need was huge. And I will thank some of my fellow colleagues who I feel took a leap of faith on it. Because they recognized that there was a belief there and that there might be a need there. And I hope that those councillors are all satisfied now with where that's at. Our Heritage Park Pavilion. It's an incredible facility, but right now it's being used for so many uses that it was never intended for because we've been using it as Band-Aids and stopgaps. I don't believe any of us ever believed Heritage Park Pavilion would be a pickleball facility. I don't think we believed it would be a seniors or a mom and tots walking facility. I know there's been ball hockey and all kinds of other sporting events that have occurred in there. It's great that we had that facility for those. But how many things have we missed out on because that facility was being used for those? And how many more opportunities can we have in our community if we have appropriate facilities for all of those programs? I promise you I'm wrapping up. In my years on council to date, we have been incredibly focused on the unseen in this community. We have been incredibly focused on our infrastructure, and while yes, I still do believe we have an infrastructure deficit, things like our already mentioned roads program, our pavement quality index, the work that was done downtown, despite however many people believed that it was a beautification project, 90% of downtown was in the ground. And it was absolutely necessary. The work we've done on water and sewer. We have a new line coming in for redundancies into our High Park Reservoir to make sure that our community is well taken care of. We have our upgrades coming to our Meridian Reservoir. We are taking care of the unseen for our residents. We have set our community up for success in the unseen for our residents. The other one I want to highlight is our over-contribution to FCSS. Because in this community, we have recognized not just the physical needs, but the supportive needs of our residents. And so our future will require growth, because our future is growth. And no matter what in this region, we will grow. Our strategic plan states a vision of growing to 30,000 residents within just shy of 2 decades. I believe it states something along the lines of a child starting kindergarten now will graduate into a community of 30,000 people. It needs to be managed, and I think we've done a good job of that. In making this decision, in my mind, I'm not thinking about Stony Plain today, I am thinking of the Stony Plain of tomorrow. What does this community need to become that Stony Plain of tomorrow? We just got a brand new school. We're working on a brand new public works facility. We have our beautiful new downtown. We have Heritage Park, a relatively new community event center. We're hoping to have a brand new recreation facility. We're hoping to have a brand new cemetery. We are hoping that AHS and the province will recognize that in their 2024 needs assessment at Westview Health Center that we will see some significant upgrades to our hospital. While out of our hands, I know we will advocate like a dog without a bone for that one. This is going to be corny, and the curling club might appreciate this. The phoenix rises from the ashes. We've seen the ashes, unfortunately. We've seen the ashes. We've experienced that loss of recreation in our community, and we've seen how it's impacted them. So it's time for us to rise with something incredible, not just for the curling club, not just for pickleball, but for everyone. With that, Your Worship, this project has my full support. I believe in our administration and the hard work that they have done, and I believe they will continue to work hard, understanding the challenges that this presents to us moving forward, and I believe they will be as aggressive as we will be in making sure that every dollar available on the table, not just for this project, but for any project, lands in the pockets of the town of Stony Plain so that it doesn't have to come out of the pockets of our residents a second or a third time, as we know there is only one taxpayer. I want to assure the residents that is my commitment. I believe that is council's commitment. We will do everything we can to maximize every dollar that we can get, anywhere we can get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie, and thank you for the comments from all members of council. This is a conversation we've had with our community for quite a few years now. Is this a want or is this a need? Well, back in 2006, when the first indoor recreational facility study was done, it was a want. We consulted with our residents from the tri-municipal region, showed what was missing, and said these are the needs, or the wants that we need, that we can accomplish. We had that for 10 years and we did nothing. In 2017, we did an upgraded indoor recreational facility study with Parkland County in the city of Spruce Grove. That's 10 years later. At that time, is that a need or is it a want? I would say that's pushing closer to need in our community, especially the growth over the last 10 years, from 2006 to 2017. We look at here today at 2024, a few more years down the road. Is it a need or is it a want? I would say at this point in time, it's a need for a community, for a community to continue to grow, for a community to have a quality of life with lower taxes. I think there is a perception that when you raise taxes, you're making it unaffordable for people. And to some, it is. To others, it's not. But I've seen what happens in communities that have chosen not to build recreation, not to fix the roads, not to do anything because they wanted to keep their taxes low. Everything falls apart. People leave. Businesses leave. Councils at that time would go back to the community raising taxes just to maintain services. For us, over the last few years, we've changed that mindset. And when I speak to a lot of the schools for grade 6 for the municipal government, I challenge them. I said, you see yourself now as a grade 6, 12 years old, right? I said, what do you want to be in the future? And then, they give you some answers. Some want to be hockey players, etc., doctors. I said, those are great ambitions. But I said, if you don't invest in yourself, who will invest in you? And that's where I come from in this conversation. I look at what we've invested in ourselves over the last few years. We invested in Bullard Boulevard. That was a huge project that was undertaken by the town of Stony Plain. We look at 28th Street. Again, another project that was taken on by the town of Stony Plain to invest in ourselves. I look at Veterans Boulevard, Heritage Park, downtown redevelopment. Those are the things that I see in our community that council today and previously have chosen to invest in themselves. And from there, our tax growth is there to help us fund for those events. When I got in council in 2006, our tax split was 7% commercial and non-residential and 93% residential. That means if the town of Stony Plain needed to do anything in terms of repair, emergent work, the taxes have to go quite high in terms of the residential side to make it meet, to make those ends meet. Today, we're pushing 80% residential and 20% commercial. That is over doubled because councils chose to invest in themselves. When we did that, businesses chose to invest in Stony Plain. Builders started to invest in Stony Plain. We have a commitment to our partners and stakeholders. Those are our residents, the school divisions, the community groups, and the youth in our communities, that they will be here to enjoy the fruits of our labor. I know this is a huge project for the town of Stony Plain, but I have to ask, if we don't choose this route, where do we go from here? I've had the privilege of serving on council with Councillor Hansard for quite a few years. And one thing that she says, like, sticks in my head is, if not now, then when? If it's not us, then who? We ever heard the facts that council approved $50 million for this project, and it's gone up considerably. And that's escalation. A couple hours earlier, we approved the debenture borrow for the Public Works building. That is a roughly $5 million project. Do you know how much it was when we looked at it in 2017? It was $1 million. So waiting those few years, that cost went 5 times. What does it cost if we wait another 2 years or another year to see if we get a grant? I think we're putting ourselves in more financial crisis if we wait. So I appreciate the conversation amongst council. Definitely the idea to look at every aspect of how this affects our community in terms of debt load, debt servicing, and what it means to our community if we do or we don't do this project. I, for one, choose to invest in our community. So I will be voting for this project. I know members of council do as well. Okay. With that, I will call the motion from 9.3 made by Councilor Laurie. All those in favor? Okay. And that is carried. Thank you, members of council, administration, for providing that report. Move on with our agenda item. Number 10 is council discussion. This is the time that we allow members of council to update council on committee minutes or other things that may be happening, or just bring some concerns or issues back from the community. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. In light of respect of time, I don't have anything this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Deputy Mayor.
I'll make this real quick. I just wanted to thank administration for the great package that we had this time. And just wondering when Grader may get the snow dusted off and get to Range Road 12.
No answers required. Councillor Hansard.
Just very quickly, Your Worship, this past week I had the opportunity, along with others on council, including our mayor, to attend some volunteer appreciation events. My husband went with me over to the youth center. The kids there wanted their own volunteer appreciation. What a great night. 2 of them even wrestled my husband to the pool table, and he shot billiards with them and had a really good time. So I really appreciate all the good things this group of young people do in our community. And a lot of what they do is because we invested some years ago in a youth center.
Councillor Anderson.
Actually wrote a second 1,000-word essay for council. No, I didn't do that. Very quick question. ODRs for summer use or outdoor rinks. I know there's a little bit of work to do and clean up. Just wondering when residents can expect those being available for their use.
Administration.
Your Worship, I'm happy to send that back as an email. It's a bit of a lengthy response. There's a number of updates there. High level, the Westera ODR is being swept and flushed, with the Meridian ODR also being swept and flushed at this time, and amongst some other facilities. So I can provide a more detailed response through email.
Perfect. And just really quick on the theme of gratitude this year, Wednesday is Admin Professionals Day, and we have some fantastic admin support within the town. I know Heather, our council support, and Shelley working with our SLT, our front desk staff team. We have lots of admin here this evening. So Wednesday's a day for you, but no, we appreciate you every day.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just echo Councillor Hansard's comments regarding the volunteer appreciation evenings. I made new friends there, and it was a great opportunity to mingle with some great volunteers. As well, I'm going to rip off your gratitude thing. I'd just like to thank all of council this evening for a great discussion and some really good questions. I think we made a good choice this evening. So thank you guys for that. And then just finally, I was speaking with a resident, and I know, well, actually I don't know, but 44th Avenue and 50th Street, the intersection there by the Whole Scoop. Anyhow, the resident said, oh, you know, I was trying to make a turn, there's no lights there, and I believe there is something in the works for 44th Avenue, some kind of upgrades. I might be wrong there. Anyhow, I did go over to that intersection, and there are no street lamps anywhere near that intersection. It is quite dark. And like I say, I thought that there was some upgrades coming to that road.
I believe so, but I don't think.
And I was just curious if lights were part of that.
Okay. So the 44th, I believe it was for the south side of 44th Avenue.
Right, that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yes, but I don't believe it was for lights, it was for a trail connection.
Oh, okay, well then I better contact that resident and let him know. But in that regard, just making administration aware that intersection is quite dark, and maybe you guys could drive over there and take a peek and assess.
Okay, and I think if we can follow up on the email, because it is a one-directional stop sign, so if the traffic impact assessment looks at it, that requires maybe a three-way stop, that's something that can be considered, so if you can send an email, then the staff will follow up on that. Councillor Loyens?
Thank you, Your Worship. Hard to believe it's going to be 2 weeks before we have to sit at this table again. With that being said, I just want to mention that next Monday, April 29th, is World Wish Day. It's the actual anniversary of the founding of Make-A-Wish Foundation. We all have simple wishes in this life. Unfortunately, for lots of young children, that is not an option. And some things as simple as going to watch a curling game might be on their wish list. So it's always good to remember that we have such a wonderful foundation there. As well as on May 5th, we have the Walk to End Violence for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People. And that's all for me.
Okay. Thank you for that. And to be short and brief, coming up is the Tim Hortons Smile Cookie. So it'll definitely be going towards the Tri-Community Wellness Foundation, I believe. That's the Westview Health Center is getting support on that. So this weekend, make sure you buy a Smile Cookie. With that, we're finished with council discussion. Next on the agenda is closed session. So this is the time that council will move into closed session. Again, there are no motions made in closed session except for the motion to come out of closed session. If those that want to be notified of when council comes out, they can definitely send an email to legislator@stonyplain.com, or they can register with our clerk at the back and then be notified when we come out of closed session. In the past, I'll call for the motion for closed session. I will call it. Council will approve it. We'll take a 10-minute recess while we get everybody that's not supposed to be in closed session to leave, and then those that are in closed session to be in closed session. Yep. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council move into closed session to discuss 11.1 annexation/FOIP, Section 21.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Okay. That is carried. We'll take a 10-minute recess and we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. Council has come out of closed session when we dealt with the annexation, and it was under the Freedom of Information, Section 21. The motion was to go in camera by Deputy Mayor at 10 to 10, but we didn't actually go into closed session until 10 after 10, after we took a recess. And then it was noted to us that we would exceed the 5-hour timeframe for our, I guess, procedural bylaw. So we need a motion to exceed to 10 o'clock. So Councilor Anderson?
I'll move that town council extend the April 22nd, 2024 regular council meeting past 10 p.m.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. When council came out of closed session, it was 11:20, and the motion was made by Councilor Loynes to come out of closed session, and that was carried unanimous. There's no follow-up motion out of closed session, so we go to our agenda number 12, which means we're at adjournment. So we're adjourned. What? Councilor Meyer?
I wanted to check the Oilers score. And then just point out that they won because I didn't wear the jersey.
That is right. At the beginning of the meeting, I said that we all wore jerseys because we were cheering him on, and Councilor Meyer was not because he was bad luck last time he wore a jersey. He did not wear the jersey. We all did, and the Oilers won. So thank you for pointing out, Councilor Meyer. We are adjourned.